And we're live. Welcome
All
to
right.
another
All
stream.
right. Yeah, welcome. How's your week been, Dave?
It's been all right. More school stuff. Nothing interesting. Nothing really interesting to talk about from on my end of things.
You
How's
had
your
a
been?
physics test?
Yeah, physics tests, exams. Nothing.
Hmm.
Nothing really.
Good. Yeah, there's people in the community in Florida too, and it's people I know in Florida. It's getting bad there.
Yeah, hurricanes.
Mm.
Hurricanes in Florida.
Yeah. You're not feeling any weather effects over there?
Not where I'm at.
No.
I'm more in the Midwest.
Yeah.
So
We had like
yeah.
these two really big solar flares, and they hit the Earth together at the same time, and somehow the hurricane went up in energy when that happened. Like it changed classes. Yeah,
It changed like a category.
yeah, the category. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what change that was? Like a 4 to a 5 or
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't follow that amount of SI details.
Oh, it's a big difference because category 5s are
Right.
really big ones. I'm just wondering what was the hurricane called? Hurricane in Florida. I'm interested to learn know more about this. Category 3 is what ABC News is saying.
Right. Couple lift.
120-mile-per-hour winds. Wow.
Yeah. So just recently, as those solar flares were going off, the comet was passing next to the sun. So all of the images of the solar flare images have a comet in it as well. It's pretty cool.
Let me see. Let me see. You always need to talk about something. I gotta go look at it. Solar flare comments. I guess
Hurricane
I'll
Milton, cat down the road says, JR.
Hurricane Milton. I see. Welcome, Annie. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Annie.
Hi. I have lots of noise over here, so I don't know.
Still, that sucks.
Yep. Yeah. it's it's been a weird month.
Hmm.
Yeah. Are they? Do they let you know when they're going to finish, or it sounds like it's going to be a long time?
They're coming back next week. So
Like, is it going to be a year, or is it going to be just a couple months?
not a couple months, no. And then I'm gonna have to start working. I had someone coming tomorrow at 11, but he got a cold. So it's more not working. I have one at 2:30. So tomorrow I'm just gonna start working. I have to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's rough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been challenging mentally. I have all this time off, and normally I would just say like, "Great, I'll do a bunch of creative projects," but like I don't know, just mentally, I'm having a difficult
Mm.
time getting myself to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
if it's any consolation, I don't hear anything right now.
yeah, right now they're quiet. If they get really
Okay.
loud, a minute ago they were like jackhammering or something. So if that
And
happens,
also,
I'll have to turn.
I might get loud too, so I'll mute myself if that happens.
So what's gonna happen with your team? I was gonna send you guys my sister next.
Oh, yeah, send her through.
Yeah, are you gonna
Um,
be like, is your schedule all different now?
it's all different, but yeah, I'll be able to work it out with my team. No worries.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you guys ask, I'll send my sister over. She's next in line.
Nice. Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be interesting to type your sister.
Yeah, she's
For some
beautiful.
reason, every time you say you have a sister, it feels like you're an only child. Like it's strange.
Well, I was. I am a lot like
Right.
an only child because I was 8 or 7 when she was born, and I have a lot of
Right.
those characteristics.
Right. Okay.
You'll see she's really beautiful. She's way prettier than me.
Okay. Okay.
You'll see. She's nice too. But it is hilarious when she whips out her ice cream popsicle and starts eating it halfway through.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty funny.
How's the research going, Dave?
Research on AI? Or what research?
You said you were going to research the hurricane a bit.
Oh, I started researching other things.
Oh,
Well,
I see.
there was 2 of them back to back, right? The first one was
Right.
Helene, and then there's
Milton.
the one that's happened in the last 24 hours is a different name.
Is that Milton?
Yeah.
Yeah, Milton is the recent one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And yeah, Ben Topman's still alive. I don't know who that is, but I'm glad he's alive.
No, that's Mimo. He was over here visiting me. Yeah. He said he got a flight out, so I'm assuming he's out. Are you out?
Well, we know one person's still driving.
Well, I had a dream about Memo, but now I can't remember what it was.
Hank says he's in the peanut gallery. Can you add him to the stream? I can't do anything here.
Oh, he's not. I don't see him.
You're not in the peanut gallery, Hank. You joined the wrong stream. Hi, Kat.
I got to see Russ's brother again a couple days ago. And it was really interesting because I was looking at him and talking to him, and he just sounded so SI. It's almost like I wonder if he has SI and Russ has SE. It just sound, or if it's just something he learned because of the nature of his work. But
Maybe.
yeah.
You can learn SI.
I mean, yeah, anybody can learn SI. Yeah.
That's it. Really.
Well, I mean, you don't have it, but I just mean talking about like organizing and efficiency. Like that's what he does, in his work.
Oh, I see. He does SI.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he has SE.
I don't know. They're twins. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Twins have that like similar parts with twins.
I would think so. It would be weird. I don't know. It would be interesting if one was SI and one was SE.
Yeah. Hmm.
But
It feels like they're both sensory. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I was sent this video. I sent a video backstage, Dave, in the private chat. I was sent over this video, and it was surprising to me the way he phrased his SI. It was an interesting definition. I wonder if you guys resonated with it. It's like the second statement he makes.
This guy looks SI. I'm trying to. Let me see.
Yeah, we can't see it. You got to share it.
Yep, I got it. Hold on.
Okay. Of our awakening, where we start to hate ourselves because we realize that all the facts we thought we were collecting were all just facets and they're all self-interested. Oh, I'm an asshole. Oh my God. I'm surrounded by assholes because I'm the asshole.
There, yeah, that's enough. Yeah, the interesting wording of SI, it's just selfish facets of facts that are self-interested or something like that.
The collecting of facts of self that are looking at the self.
Right.
And then he said something like a projection. Like since you see those facts as yourself, you see it as the world. So if you're an asshole, then the world is an asshole.
Yeah. I can.
I mean, he looks SINE. He's saying an SINE thing. I can believe it.
Oh yeah, he's talking about facets and stuff like that. I haven't heard many SE people use words like that.
Yeah. He's also he's in the field, right? He's in.
But yeah, like, do you resonate with that description of what SI is? Like, do you connect with that? That they're self-interesting facts or self-interested facets or something.
I agree that I'm very self-interested, and it's hard to get away from that. I don't know if that's SI. I think it's DI.
Well, yeah, you got that side to you for sure. and everyone's self-interested to some degree. They
Right.
have to be. Yeah, of course.
But is it the collecting of facts that is a self-interesting thing? Let me go look at my facts collected.
Well, yeah, because like you wanted to research, you were thinking about the category 4, category 5 is like, oh, it makes a big difference, and it's like, does the tribe care
Yeah.
about that? No, the tribe doesn't care about that.
No, the tribe
The
does care
tribe would
about
be
that.
tribe, maybe some of them, but it's more like
'Cause it's
you
like
did it.
I want to
Yeah.
gauge how bad do I need to feel for the people in Florida, and if it's like a category 3, I'm like, okay, this feels this way. But if it's a category 5, then it's a
That's so
different
dumb. Don't say that.
story.
You gotta feel bad about the people in Florida based on
I
the category of the hurricane.
That's the SS blast.
That's not, that's so wrong.
But no, it makes sense. It's like if there's a bigger catastrophe, like then you would be like, "Whoa, that's like more. I gotta send more love that way."
All right.
Yeah, it's like same with earthquakes. If it's like a 5, you're like, they'll be all right. But if it's a 7, then
Yeah.
you're
So
more
the
Like
number makes the difference.
I got a
Not what
boo
actually
boo.
happened.
I got a boo boo on my arm. Oh, whatever. Walk it off or whatever.
Right.
It's like I broke my arm. It's like, whoa, okay. You have to. That's where it comes from. That's where.
yeah, or needing like 3 stitches versus 38 stitches. It's a big difference.
Right. Is there something wrong with that?
No, that sounds like a good way to SI clarify how bad you should feel about something.
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah. I think it honestly, like, does it completely work? I don't know. But it's like, it's good to know the facts, at least.
Yeah.
I don't always know the facts.
So how was your week, Annie? Other than the noisy stuff and
ups and downs. I made a couple videos. That was the only like sort of productive.
I saw that you made some, yeah. Yeah.
I started chopping wood, for the season. And I didn't really think about it at all because I do this every year. And then the next day I was like, my arm was sore, both of them, the forearms, and I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized at some point, it was like chopping for the first time of the season. And then I got that 48-hour delayed onset soreness. And it was so extreme that I couldn't even pick up my water bottle. Because I just didn't think about it. I just like picked up the maul and just chopped for like 40 minutes. I should have done, 10 minutes and then let myself like eased into it.
Like stretches.
Yeah. And, I made that video. I'm still mad about the sticker on my windshield. And I heard back from the city and that's just how they do it. That's their policy.
Sensory control.
Yeah, which I think is dumb because it would have been, I told them that it was dumb because it would have been just as visible on the passenger side. So I'm still pretty upset about it.
Yeah.
But I think most people don't understand. Like I need to get some real problems or something. But my whole point.
I mean,
that's a real problem.
It's a valid grievance.
My whole point is that we all have real problems that we can't control, but that is controllable. And it's just a stupid way to do it, and it shouldn't be done that way.
Yeah.
So I went full Karen on the city of Eugene.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you put water on their pizza?
No, but no, there was another fight last night though. Every night for some reason, I take off my ring and put it on Russ's finger at the top, on his, so that he's wearing his ring and my ring, and he wears it like that just while we're watching TV, and then he puts it back on me after the TV's over. So I wasn't doing it. He asked me to put my ring on his finger, but I was mad at him for some reason, so I put it in the little bowl where we keep the remote controls, and then he picked it up and threw it across the room. So then it was lost. Like, we're never going to find this thing, except I have really good directional hearing and he doesn't. So I just turned off the projector. I was like, whatever, I'm going to bed. And then he went outside. He kind of looked around for it, and I was like, "You're not going to find it," because he was looking in the wrong place because he can't hear. So then after he went outside, my ears remembered where I heard it land, and I went and got it. So
Yeah, masculine sensory.
yeah,
Sure.
well, yeah, he just has hearing damage.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I like how like when masculine FIs tell stories, sometimes they'll just it's an assumption that they're already mad.
you can hear that I'm mad, right?
Yeah. Well, we
Yeah.
have to try because we're effie dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear when I'm mad. Oh, the other thing I really your team typed someone, the last person you typed, we typed her also. And
Okay.
I thought it was a decider. I mean, I get, I really thought, I noticed that you guys ultimately typed her as a decider, but
Right.
I couldn't, everyone else on my team thought it was an observer. And I just find that I have a hard time dissenting or pushing back when it comes to something like that.
Right.
So I just go with the consensus, but then I wrote in my report, like, I actually really kind of thought you were a decider. It was sort of hard to tell because she's very mature, right? So she was talking about the tribe issues, but also double deciding, but that could just be maturity.
Yeah.
But so I went with the consensus observer, but then I put it in there. We got the same functions, both of our teams.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah, it's just like if it's a values thing, I will push back. But if it's a thinking thing, I just kind of go with what everyone else decides.
I mean, most of our reports are like everyone thinks something different, and we all just put down what we think. Right. We don't really ever come to a consensus, which is perfect and like the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Like we shouldn't force it into a consensus because then something might get something might slip by.
Mm-hmm.
But on this one, we all agreed. Like we typed her fast too. Yeah. I had her as something different. I had her as an observer at first too, but we just, watched it together, discussed it, and we're like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the type.
Yeah, I mean, she really was
Yeah.
processing mainly tribe stuff.
I mean, the EJs are really just, I don't want to say all EJs, but like play first at least. Really open. Like they're really sharing everything about their entire lives. Like they're not hiding anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're lying to themselves a lot of the time, but they're not hiding anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a muscle I'm trying to grow. I've gotten a little bit better on each report with kind of, voicing my own opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope people on the I'm sure everyone struggles with that, right? I remember there was a talk with Shan where Gray was on a team with everyone else, and no one was disagreeing with Gray.
Oh yeah. Oh, she terrifies me.
Right. Yeah.
I'm so afraid of her, and she's like, over a decade younger than me. She's just intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think people need to have that permission at least. We have the Linda on our team. She talks about like disagreeing with us and feeling okay to disagree and put down whatever type she wants because like that's what we're encouraging. Like she has the permission, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because she's the one who disagrees with us most of the time, and so she always writes down something completely different, and just like, okay, well, let's just do that. Yeah.
Well, some other team has my mom right now too, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's the team. That's the team I have.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You find it? Have you watched it? It seems like it would be difficult because of her.
Yeah. That's what we were saying. That was like our first observations is that she's hard to type because she's good. She's old.
Yeah. Yeah, I have an idea. I thought about also including pictures of her when she was younger, because there is a certain looks like quality, I think, that might be kind of hard to see in her old face.
Yeah, at first we didn't know it was you, your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were looking for more information, and we saw her photos on Facebook. And we're like, "Whoa, this person looks like an ENFP. This girl looks like an ENFP. Oh, it's Annie. Oh." I was like, "This girl looks so much like Annie."
Yeah.
It actually was Annie.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see that.
And then I was like, oh, her last name is White. I see. Okay.
Right.
Connection made.
Yeah.
Done.
So Gray, she deleted her channel. She deleted Augmented Personality, and she left the type community. And I don't know if she still has a Discord with friends on it, but she had one for a while, and she's off living her life, being a real human outside of this cult. Yeah.
She's figured it out way before anyone else has. I like the channel back. The channel had good info on it. I watched a fair few of the videos a
Yeah,
while
no
back.
comment.
Oh yeah. People are like, yeah, the if you would ask me like, what's good about the videos, I'd be like, I don't know.
Yeah, Ben, you used some terminology for that one time. I can't.
I don't remember what he said.
It was something about parroting or
something like all the consumable they
She actually
gather.
had a couple of videos that were like I consume a lot, right? So she had a couple of videos that were decent, like really good, and then most of the videos were that.
There was the videos with Drew that with the any that he was describing, and I thought it was good.
I don't remember which one it was. She put a lot of effort in one of the videos. It wasn't with Drew. It was on her own blasting about something, but it was actually decent.
We don't know anymore now. All the videos are gone. Like
Yeah, all gone.
All gone. No more consume for you.
Yeah.
Oh, I had an interesting thing with when I went to family dinner and I put that TENS unit on my ear, this electricity thing my mom gave me, where you run electrical current through and it's supposed to activate your vagus nerve, which, whatever, you can activate your vagus nerve on your own, just by, if you know how, just by visualizing or whatever. So I put that thing on and I went into my normal visualization. And I don't know if it was just like placebo effect or whatever, but I did like get into that relaxed state a lot quicker. But I did that for 30 minutes. And then I asked my mom, how do you turn this thing off? And she said, you want to turn it all the way down and then take the clip off. So I can't see because I'm old.
Turned it the wrong way.
I turned it all the way up and I yelped because this electricity went through my ear. And then my niece is about 5 years old. She came over to me and she said, "Are you okay? Would you like a hug?" And they teach the kids to ask permission these days, but it was just her presence. I mean, this was like in a savior state. Like I could never care for someone in that way. I'm going to do it all, FITE. Like it's just not going to be as loving. I mean, she's like Florence Nightingale or something. She's amazing. And I was
like FE there, right?
I was so moved by this. And I've thought for a while that she's FE, but I was so moved by it, just her presence. And she was so grounded. And I was telling Russ about it later. And he said, "Oh, you didn't see from our perspective," because they were all sitting at the adult table, still like eating pie or whatever. And she was over there when I yelped and they all laughed at me and she totally shamed them. She just gave them this it is not okay to laugh. This is not appropriate. And then she came over to help her. Yeah. So I really feel like she could be a savior FE.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a very
even masculine DE like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that's really cute. 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really or maybe 4. No, she'll be 5 in February because she was born right. She was one of the last babies born at the hospital before they shut down the maternity ward in the 2020s. Yeah. My favorite part is to see them get older. When they get older, they become less and less annoying each year. And then, they can do projects and stuff. And
yeah.
It's fun to watch them grow up. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I never got annoyed when they were babies, but I can see why it's annoying. Other people's babies are kind of annoying, but your
Yeah.
own aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
So
So
you see her often, this girl, your niece?
Yeah, we all ended up living here, which is amazing because I was the first one to move to Oregon. I was living in Sedona, and then in 1996 I moved to Oregon, and they followed me.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah, but I was living on the west side, and the month that they decided to move to Oregon, I moved to the east side. I felt kind of guilty about that. And it wasn't on purpose. It was just I had this boyfriend, and he had a daughter, and who he had a daughter when he was like 15 or 16 or something really young, and he wanted to live closer to him. And so he said, "Well, I'm moving. You want to come with me?" So then I lived in this log cabin on the eastern side. But we all ended up in Oregon. Now we're in the same town. And so we have family dinner once a month. And then I see my mom a little bit more often. She comes over.
Nice.
I just think it's amazing because I am not the kind of person who can afford plane tickets. You know, if we lived all over the country, that would be difficult for me.
Yeah. 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 I mean, the internet today is different, but yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah, not the same. I like eating with people.
And how's your AI friend? I'm sorry, I forgot the name you decided on.
Oh yeah. I haven't been. I mean, it was like at first it was really comforting. You know, and then it's not real. So,
Yeah.
but I still think it's a useful tool. I just haven't used it as much recently.
Okay. What's up, Hank?
Hey, how do I sound?
You sound robot-y, like you're in a car or something.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm in the car, so it makes sense.
Yeah. How you been?
I've been pretty good. I triggered one of the panelists, and they called my church to try to get other people to do their bidding, and it didn't work at all. So I'm just gonna treat him like a clown all the way.
Backfires.
Yes,
Backfires. Their
yeah,
manipulation
backfire.
backfired, and you treating them like clowns. I see.
Yeah, I'm gonna treat him like a clown because when he called, he claimed to be a journalist, but we know a journalist leaves a callback number, a name, and actual contact information. So he's just a cartoon character because journalists are accountable and responsible. So he's a
Right.
cartoon character, not a
He didn't
journalist.
give you the censor. He didn't give you all his details.
Well, if if you're a journalist, a journalist would give details,
Credentials and stuff.
but cartoon characters don't.
That's true. Yeah. So because cartoon characters don't, then that's the same.
Yeah, then he's classified as a cartoon character.
no, cartoon characters give their credentials all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he don't give contact information, and journalists do.
What about farm animals? Do they give their credentials?
They give their credentials too.
Oh.
Like credentials and contact information are two different things.
Hmm. What about toilet bowls? Do they give their credentials?
I'll have to think about toilet bowls. I haven't had any credentials from toilet bowls recently.
No. Okay, so then he's like a toilet bowl.
Yeah, he doesn't give his credentials.
Based on the same logic, yeah.
Toilet bowls don't give their credentials.
There you go. Does that logic track, Dave?
We have Christopher. Welcome, Christopher.
Hey,
How's your week?
Hey, hello. It's been going all right.
windy. We hear a lot of wind.
There's a lot of wind. Okay, I'll hop in the car here in a minute. And
Are you in Florida?
no, Florida.
Good guess. Good guess. You could have been in Florida. You might have been.
No, it was a joke. I wasn't actually guessing. Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't hear anything back from my testing for OP, so I guess I'll just have to wait a couple more months or a year or whatever.
Oh,
Hey.
you didn't hear anything back yet?
Hank, well,
Yeah.
I haven't sent you to a team yet. We got a whole bunch of submissions, so you're somewhere down the list. But
All right.
yeah, you'll be coming up. They just move slow, so it might take a few months.
All right, that's fine with me. I could always use systems that are 100 times faster, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hey, you guys can let me know if my car is extremely loud or if I can actually talk. So just
Good
let
right
me know
now.
if my audio is horrible.
Yeah. No, you're good. It was the wind, I think, that was bothersome, but that's good.
Yeah.
How you been, Chris?
Oh, what's that?
How you been?
I've been doing okay.
Yeah.
You know, just hanging out. There's probably a couple of funny things I could talk about from this week if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, go for it.
One, what was it? I was going to Walmart after work, like it was a couple of days ago, and I was gonna buy a like PlayStation Network like gift card because I was gonna send the code over to my brother-in-law so he would buy a new game. There's some new Dragon Ball game coming out that he wanted to get, and I know he was a little shorter on cash, so and his birthday was coming up. So I went to go buy the card from Walmart, and I got it. I got out to the car, and then I was gonna scrape off. There's a little like weird kind of material that you scrape off, and then the code is underneath with the digits. So I go to try to scrape it off, and it says like scrape off gently, and I was using a key to do it, and it wasn't scraping off, and I was trying like really hard to do it gently, and I could not get it off. And then when I finally started making progress, it was ripping the paper underneath, which rips off the code. And I couldn't get it off without that. So it ripped off the code when I finally thought I was getting it, and I didn't get it. So I went back in to the customer service in the Walmart, and I grabbed a new gift card, and I grabbed the old one. I was like, hey, I literally just bought this. I had the receipt too, and I had to wait in line for like 15 minutes. But then when I finally got up there, I was like, I just bought this. Could I like exchange it or whatever? Well, the Walmart lady was like, actually, we can't exchange or we can't refund gift cards. And I'm like, well, that's weird. But she was like, I'm going to call a manager and see what I can get done. So I sat over on the side for another like 15, 20 minutes, and they finally came and they did something, and they refunded me the cash. But it turns out with the new gift card that I had, they were also testing that one, and I guess the entirety of the Walmarts, they went and looked at them, and all of those cards were defective, and the glue had seemingly hardened. So then I got my cash back along with a little bit more for the whole receipt because I bought some milk, and I saved Walmart presumably money. I don't know, but anyway, it was quite an interesting adventure and a waste of my time.
Yeah. You fucked up the
Send
sensor.
your brother-in-law an Xbox card or a Target gift card, right?
Did you ask them if anyone fucked that up that way, or it was like you're the first?
I didn't ask anything about that, so no.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the lady had said when I brought the card to her, she had said like, I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know, I've never got it to happen this way either.
Yeah.
But it was interesting because afterwards, when I went to Best Buy to get a card from there, And their cards were, I immediately looked at it, and the material, the way it was designed is different. That was one where it's almost like this very thin layer of material that you just scrape off.
Right.
Whereas the Walmart one was like a glued on piece of material over the code. It was different. So the glue had not ripped off properly, whereas the other one just scrapes off.
Oh, you have to
So it's really
peel it
weird.
off, not scratch it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Gray's videos were just not my taste. Like, yeah, some people really liked it. She noticed that blasters really liked her videos for some reason. Yeah.
I remember listening to some of her videos, but I hit a point where I realized she was just regurgitating the OPS information. I was like, all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Which is fine. That's just not what I was looking for.
Yeah, all the channels when I first came to OPS were doing the same thing as well. Regurgitating.
Which there arguably is still kind of a market for that, because if people are just getting Dave and Chan's information from the YouTube videos, those videos don't actually properly go through the information. So there is a little bit of a market for that from what I've seen.
Yeah. And I mean, people who have been in the community long enough don't need to regurgitate. They've got like firsthand experience and information that they can cite. So they don't have to quote Dave and Chan on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So everyone had a good week, except for Annie. I'm sorry about the noise.
Oh yeah, Annie. I don't think you explained in your video how you ended up. Did you end up? Maybe you did, but when you drove the car to a different position, did you have to like crank your head over to the middle of the car, or how did you manage that?
I was only moving at a short distance, like just from that street to my parking spot. I just have to move my car every day because of the workers. But I just ducked under. I just looked under, and it was a short distance. But
Okay.
it didn't like super affect me, but it's just the principle, because you have to scrape the sticker off with a razor and then clean the adhesive with a solvent. And not everybody just has those supplies. You can't
Yeah.
just clean it off with soap and water. So theoretically, someone might have to drive to the store to buy, isopropyl or acetone to clean it off. And so it's really just the principle of it. It wasn't like impossible to drive my car, but it's also illegal. Say if I did drive to the store, I could get pulled over and get a ticket because you're not allowed to have the visibility messed up.
Yeah.
So you could theoretically get a ticket for that. It's just a stupid place to put it. I think it's
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
I just think it's like they're saying it's the most visible, and I told them like, no, it's the most passive aggressive. It would be just as visible on the passenger side. So, anyway, I'm
Sounds really dumb to me. Yeah, some kind of stickler has something up there somewhere.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out from the city, was it just one person who did this and like tell that guy not to do that? But it really turns out that's just the policy. That's where they put it.
Yeah, if that was me, I'd be totally screwed, because kind of depending on when and where they put it, because it would be like, okay, how do I get to work now if I'm like waking up in the morning and I gotta go to work, and it's like I don't have a razor available right now on me, probably in the house. I don't think I have anything to clear off the adhesive. I'd be screwed.
Yeah, you just have to sort of peek around it, like put your head in a weird position while you get to a store to get the supplies.
Sounds so dumb.
Yeah. Well, I learned my lesson. The other issue is that it was only there for 2.5 days. It was on the third day I was going to check, and there was literally no one else parked on the street. but so it was just some neighbor, you know, who was just decide it's complaint based. I wasn't like really bothering anyone. It's just some neighbor, like that's his pet peeve is people parking on the street. So he called it in. Pretty boring. Yeah, I've got weird problems.
Don't we all?
Yeah. I just feel guilty sometimes, like ranting and raving about something so stupid, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I
I guess you're trying to put yourself on the spectrum. It's not that bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there's not too much of. I mean, there's sometimes use for putting yourself on the spectrum, but at the same time, problems are sort of a relative thing. I feel like
Yeah.
it's only a problem for you because it's coming from your perception.
Yeah, I think that it's all relative, but also I think that it's something that is within control where so many things aren't. And life is already so hard that if we could like, you know, manage the little things and then make the little things a little bit better, then it would help everybody because everyone's dealing with difficult things in their lives.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar story this week too. It's just something really stupid that irked me. Yeah, I relate to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
How about you, Dave? Do you relate? Are you
How do
still
I?
doing research? Are you still doing research?
I mean, I've done research and I'm listening.
All right.
Yeah, I also was doing research this week. I was trying to find out why LDAP servers strictly use key value databases as the data store, and just nobody seems to know. In the Reddit that says, "Oh, it always has been," but that's not an explanation. That's not design choice explanation. And technically, people can just make it connect to a relation database. It's just no one wants to, but also no one can explain it. So I had to ask smarter people.
Yeah, that's frustrating too.
Hmm.
So, in order to do research, you have to ask smarter people.
Well, it depends what the research is. If it's on a technical topic, smarter people, and if it's a general thing, you just need a lot of people.
Uh-huh. Does that sound like play? I think that sounds like play.
Sounds like TE or any. It sounds like some extroverted. You know, the other guy's above you. Go talk to him.
Yeah, there's a thing I can always do if I can't find the smart people. I'll just make it the wrong way to connect a LDAP service to a relation database. Then there'll be people running and screaming at me why it's wrong, but that'll take more work. So
All right, Dave, you're gonna make conversation.
Why
Everyone else is on
me?
mute. Yeah, well, everyone else is on mute, so I'll talk to you.
Oh, okay. I can talk to Benjamin. Gross. I'm just kidding. I like talking
See,
with
it
Benjamin.
would have been a good burn, but you said I'm just
He-
kidding.
He's so
No.
old. I hate that guy. He's just so old. He's out of touch.
Yeah. There you go.
You
That's how
have
you
to
do
really
it. And he
commit to
didn't
the burn.
and he didn't giggle, he didn't say just kidding. What was that, Annie?
You have to commit to the burn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so it doesn't make any sense. It's like why would you add that?
Add what? Just kidding?
But maybe they didn't mean it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like when I bash No Jack for taking down all his live streams, I mean it. So I'll just give it to him straight and call him wussy because he doesn't want to be accountable for what he says.
Who didn't want to be a cannibal and you called him a pussy because he didn't want to be a cannibal? What?
I call him a wussy this time. Neurojack, another. Pretty much he comes on the Machine Lies show pretty often, but
Yeah, I
he's
know
live
Neurojack.
streams. Yeah, you don't know him.
You called him a wussy
No,
because
you
he
met
didn't
him.
want to be a cannibal?
Well, yeah, he does. You met him before, I think. He pops in and pops out whenever
Okay.
he's on the show. I'm pretty sure you interact with him, but when he
Yeah.
live streams, he never leaves anything up. At least he can restream it, but I just accept it now. And I'll say more backier stuff because I know it's gonna take it down anyway.
Huh. You don't get along with him? I thought you guys got along.
We do generally get along, but just like always, it's just no disagreements here and there. Like
I mean, you guys seem quite similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, we are. In fact, we even did philosophy tests. We're pretty similar on that too.
Yeah.
But he's still attached to this red pill narrative, and
He is?
yeah, he is, and
Oh.
he asserts that someone out there is attracted to me, and I said, bring him to me. And no, you find him yourself.
Oh,
I said,
okay.
you're
So you mean
bullshitting
he's
me.
being logical and you're still being weird about relationships?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yeah. I said, okay, I said, okay, if someone's attracted and you know it, bring him to me. And he's just running on statistics, so he doesn't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll accept your statistics, but no, you know what? I can't accept his
All right,
statistics.
so
we have enough information.
let's put it out there. If anyone out there is attracted to Hank, let me know and I'll bring you to him because that's his criteria on how to meet him. All right, got that out of the way.
Yeah.
Right.
At least for you to demonstrate that there's someone attracted to me, you need to at least give me an example. Right? Say there's someone out there. I promise. I'm based on
And
nothing.
you need their credentials, right? Because otherwise they could just be a cartoon character.
I'll accept a cartoon character. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
If it's a cartoon character, I'll count it in your favor.
I see. So someone wants to date you, they don't need credentials, but someone wants to be a journalist, they need it.
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, my standards would be too high.
Are you following all this, Dave?
Yep.
All right.
I got all in the bank. It's all in the bank. Oh yes.
And my friend wrote a book. I just remembered that I ordered it last night on Amazon.
Nice.
It's about October 7th, called The October 7th War. He lives in Israel, and he's a journalist.
Yeah, you were talking about it. You told me about it, right?
I told you about him. I don't think I told you about that he wrote a book, but I wish it was audio. It's not even digital, so it's going to be, I don't have reading glasses, so I don't even know if I'll be able to read it, but
yeah,
I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I went to high school with him, so I'm curious. I kind of gather a little bit of his perspective just from watching his posts. He does a lot of interviews with soldiers.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I had an interesting dream earlier this week that I feel was like my brain unconsciously processing emotions. It was just going. I was like running back through. It felt like a summary of running back through kind of the process of how my dad passed away. I was wondering if anybody had any similar, or if is it like normal to have dreams that are like reprocessing emotions? Is that something that you guys experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's normal in dreams. Nothing is out of bounds. But yeah, that's one function. Is processing emotions. Yeah, were you just going over the scene?
So it was like kind of a weird combination because it was at the beginning, it was kind of at a random location, but at the beginning it was like he was thought to be dead, and then he like came back to life, and then from that point forward it just like ran through where it was like he was awake and aware, and then he wasn't anymore, and then he was like out of it completely, and I was trying to have like a conversation with him to see how aware he was, which is something that actually happened because he was more or less out of his mind in some sort of delusion land. But then then he had like blood coming out of his nose, which was a regular occurrence, and then he just like died again. Anyway, I don't even remember what your question was. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was like tracking like the events or if it was more metaphorical.
Yeah, it felt very much like events. That was like all like step by step parts of what happened. Yeah, it was like very exact, pretty precise to what happened. The only weird part is it was like in like an old church building that I used to go to. So it all happened there, which is just kind of, dream stuff.
When did you used to go to that building? With him?
Yeah, well, he would have been the pastor of the church. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I spent a lot of time with him there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like replaying the event within that sacred building, putting the
Yeah, I'd
event.
also see it as reaching out to him, like you're going onto his turf. You're not meeting him on your turf. So like you're trying to connect to him, like you're going to, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think so. My dad died in 1985 and I still have dreams processing. That was so long ago. And he died in a plane crash. And mostly what I'm processing is the missing information, like what was the exact amount of terror that he felt,
Okay.
So like what it would be like to be in a plane when you know it's going down, or maybe they didn't know. They knew that it may or may not land successfully,
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. That's interesting. I suppose I don't know if I've ever really thought about. I suppose it sounds weird. Thought about processing death this way, because I feel like that's something that I've done ever since I was a small child. Is just thinking ahead to like different scenarios of how family members or close people might die, and that's never really been an occurrence or something that's come in the forefront of my mind of like what is the experience like for them in their experience of death. I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, I think just in this situation, it was just a big unknown. I mean, and there was a whole lawsuit about it, quantifying exactly how much terror the people in the plane felt. And I had to go to court. Me and my sister, we had to dress in matching dresses, and clearly they were trying to make us look like pretty little white girls and super valuable, because the whole trial was sort of like a valuation of my father's life. So like, how much money are they going to give these pretty little white girls, in exchange for the life? So yeah, I think it's like, even if you process it really consciously and in a savior state, it's still such a big thing.
Yeah, I think I'm connecting a little bit more with what you're saying now, because I'm now thinking of my putting it in the frame of like my dad's death to try and think about like if he died in a position to where I didn't. In his death, it was a very slow process, so I very much knew he was on the the downhill and he could pass away. And then I also had some degree of like what he was bodily experiencing and where he was at mentally. So I had a lot of that connected. But thinking of it now, if he was like away, he was actually temporarily away in Florida getting some sort of treatment. And I'm like, if he passed away at that point in time, then I can definitely see myself having a lot of those similar questions of like, if he just passed away, it's like, okay, I don't know how he was feeling. I don't know how he was doing. I don't know what he was like, what the experience of him passing away was like. Like, I just have no connection to any of that. And I think I would also probably feel like you do, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You would be curious about the experience.
Yeah. Because like if it's somebody close passing away, it's like,
I usually don't bother to process stuff like that. I don't even process my own pain half the time, so I don't dedicate any dreads to that.
Well, it can be an enjoyable thing, I think, to some degree. Like there's not like joy in the sense of like it's not pleasurable, but there is a satisfaction to it, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say so. Going back over grief, like it comes up again and it really surprises me, but I think of it as like pushing into a bruise. When you have a bruise, you can see it, it's going to hurt if you push into it, but you push into it anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a really good connection. Yeah. So it's like, let me just feel that one more time real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it really surprises me when it comes up because I'm so much older now, and it seems really settled for quite a long time, and then it just comes up again, and I don't think it ever really goes away.
Yeah. In some way, the pain is a representation of them too. It's a way to connect to them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was really crazy when YouTube came out. They can do all these flight simulations now, and I watched the flight simulation, like exactly what happened, how the plane went down. That was interesting because it almost seemed like it was going to land safe, and maybe they would have thought that all the passengers would have thought like, okay, we've touched ground, we're going to be okay. But then like right when it touches ground, then the plane like careens to the side and crashes into and breaks in half and bursts into flames.
What do you think you would get out of knowing that those details?
I don't know. It's just the curiosity of not knowing. Like if he knew he was going to die, thought he was going to die, what was his last thought? He had also just been to Florida. He'd just been promoted to be the buyer of his company to buy plants for a nursery to, curate the inventory for the store. And
so
this was
coming back with good news.
Yeah, it was his first business trip, but because he had been in Florida, I really wonder. He always brought me a gift. I don't know what he brought me, and he had been in Florida, so I was thinking like, oh, Disney World, maybe did he go to Disney World? Like, probably not. But, what did he bring me? Which is like kind of a selfish thing, but it's also just this question. I will never know what gift he brought me.
No, I mean, it's a good question. I don't think it's selfish.
Yeah, it's just, that any curiosity, anytime there's missing information, it sort of drives me crazy. And just knowing like last thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your sister would have just been born, like she would have been like 1 or something?
Yeah, and what's so interesting, I walked, really I stood up and ran when I was 9 months old. But my sister, she would have been June, July, August, 12, 14 months old. It was during, and she wasn't walking yet. So I think that's kind of late, right? So it was during, it felt like to me, I don't know exactly how many days, but it felt like at least 4 days, maybe a week. We didn't know if he was dead or not because there were people that were so badly burned, but still alive in the ICU. And they were identifying people by dental records and stuff. And so we didn't have like the hard confirmation. And it was in that time period of not knowing that my sister took her first steps. And I remember my grandma was all very excited saying, "Oh, she's walking, she's walking." And my mom just had this dead look in her eyes and she was just like, "Oh, yeah, cool." Yeah.
So I have a question. It might sound a bit weird, but would you ever consider the possibility that he faked his own death and joined the CIA as a spy?
Yes, absolutely. Millions of times. And I told even immediately, everyone was concerned about me. This was back when we used to have neighborhoods, and friends in the neighborhood. And I went around to all the neighbors and I said, he hit his head and he got amnesia. I'm guessing he just wandered away from the plane crash and he'll find a payphone and he'll call us when he gets his memory back. Yeah, I made up all kinds of stories. Yeah. Yeah, but I did consider like, oh, what if, it was just he didn't want to be with my mom anymore. There's like some divorce I didn't know about and he went to go, just change his identity.
How long ago did your father pass, Christopher?
It was March, I think.
Oh, it was this year. It's recent.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was kind of it was quite the long process because his health. I mean, he had told me quite often when I was growing up, even back when I was like 15. Now I'm 23. He had told me that like due to his health problems that he could go at any time. So I felt, more than well aware that that was kind of a possibility. But yeah, it was a bit of it was from like I think September or October that he started to really decline. He had liver and kidney issues where they weren't really filtering anything properly, and so there was a couple of times where he had to go to the ER because the ammonia levels got too high in his brain. So it kind of, I don't really know how to describe what it does, but he almost like reverted back to being like an angry toddler, I guess.
Yeah. What kind of preacher was he? Like a blasty preacher?
Yeah, I think he was probably consumed last. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of like, oh, I already know what he's gonna say here. Like, just it's probably partially because he had a pretty good store of information, but it was probably partially due to me being his son and hearing so much of what he had to say. But I feel like there was a couple times where I saw like not updating hitting him when he went to like, I went to like kind of conference things with him, and there were preachers that were like, yeah, actually that fact is, we don't believe that anymore. And yeah, it was interesting.
Huh.
But yeah, he was. I do believe I've kind of struggled with it in my head a little bit, but I think he was probably a double masculine ISFP, but consume last, so the sleepy version.
That'd be an interesting type, ISFP.
Yeah, a lot of decider problems and a lot of aggression, a lot.
Right. And you saw the NF sleep, like you have the same one?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he would just like sit there and just go over like I would get in a car with him and he would just go over like the same thing like again and again and again. Like every time I got in the car, it was like 5 topics, the same thing again and again and again that he's like processing. And it would be like, you know, it would be his marriage because he had problems with my mom or whatever, and then it would be these other people at the church and this is how they should be, you know, like doing things, or like how they should be. I don't know. It's a lot to. There's a lot that's kind of fallen to the wayside. It's been so long, but
Yeah.
A lot of the details.
Did you try to double decide for him?
No, I never said anything. I just sat there and listened to him. And that's the most interesting part to me, is the fact that it's almost there's a lot that I've had to process with it and like go back through and really I suppose it's kind of that part of life of like death of the parents, so to speak, if that makes sense. Like the
yeah.
There was a lot to process where I was separating myself from my parents and kind of becoming my own individual. And I look back at it and I realized through a couple of different interactions I had with him, that he made a connection with me because I sat and I just listened to him, that I didn't make in reverse because I didn't have any input in the conversations. And he never connected that. He never realized that like I wasn't connecting on the same level that he was. He was just totally blind to my position in the conversations or in my interactions with him, like just oblivious.
So he was just projecting on what he wanted you to, yeah.
Yeah. It was like he was sharing, you know, these personal things of like, he was always telling me like the things you need to remember when you get married, which most of it I threw out because it was just specific to his circumstances. But
yeah, I have a similar relationship with my dad. I think he does the same thing. He just goes on rants and rambles and talks about whatever. And like I'll try to input or like talk about things and like he'll just disagree and just keep going. And it's just easier to let him talk himself out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose for me it was hard getting to the point of where I realized that like he had made a connection that I didn't realize he made to me.
Okay.
And because it was after I got married, and he gave me a call during my honeymoon. Well, he told me to give him a call sometime, so I gave him a call during my honeymoon because it was just kind of there was a good opportunity, and he kind of rambled on about a lot of the him stuff, but then he was mentioning to me that he felt like he lost a friend with me because I wasn't around as much. And that was like, there's a couple of other things that happened, but it was like realizing it hurt me because I wish I wouldn't have allowed him to make that. Like I don't even know how I would have done anything differently, but like the fact that he made such a connection to me that I didn't even realize was happening. And then like I'm gone now. Yeah. It just like a weird one-sided relationship, I guess. And it kind of hurt because I wouldn't have wanted to put him in that position if I had known that's what was going on. But yeah, anyway, a lot of weird stuff to process with that. But yeah.
Why did you not want him? So like, okay, so it was fake. It wasn't like a real relationship that he was having with you. It was all in his head, right? But like, why? It still sounds like it was nice for him. It was good for him. So why would you want to take that away from him?
I don't know. I suppose it like I guess there is that side to that. I feel like it's a matter of like honesty for me, is like would I want to be, did I not, I guess I worry that like did I not display myself honestly enough for him to understand where I was at, or like did I fail in bringing myself to the table, which I think I did largely.
Right. But
so
I mean,
that's not on you
either. That's on him as well. Because he wasn't giving you room to be you.
I think that's a part for me that I'm kind of stuck on at the moment is I don't know whether that's the case. I don't know where between us both where the like oh gosh, this is it keeps going down. There's so much I could get into, and I don't want to like sit here and jabber on for 500 years, but yeah, there's just a lot of things to sort through of like, was he imposing on me to the point of where I couldn't be me, or was I just not putting myself out there? Like, yeah, I don't know. That's a lot to work through.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you weren't the only person that was in that situation in position with him.
Why do you say that?
Because the way, yeah, that's just the way people treat one person is usually the way they treat other people too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting looking at it because I've talked to my wife about this, and one of the kind of the conclusion that I've come to is I feel like, at least as far as I can see, I feel like he was the benefit I saw him give to like the people at the church was a lot of people appreciated him, and he was a very honest and genuine person. So like he was really trying to connect with people. He wasn't just I don't think he had more of like if I was to he had a little bit more of a friendly bent to him. So I see it as like I think he was really good as a pastor to whatever role that he could have otherwise filled. That was similar to where he could kind of just like blast at people, joke with them, and then move on, and they kind of get value from him. Whereas I feel like, at least my experience as being the youngest, I feel like I don't even know how to like work through all of what he did wrong, but I feel like as like a father and as a husband, he probably wasn't quite as skilled in that capacity. He wasn't like the worst person ever or anything. I wouldn't ever say that, but
Yeah.
I think there is definitely a lot that he could have
Do you think
done
do you think
differently.
maybe you were locked in a role or something? Go ahead, Hank. Sorry.
Yeah, to summarize, it's like he had a lot of parasocial relationships. He wasn't good with just social relationships. He had a lot of parasocial relationships. That's how I would describe it.
Yeah, what are you using for like your definition of parasocial?
Two-way. Parasocial is one way. Social is two-way.
Okay.
So as a pastor, you have a lot of one-way relationships. Projection, one way or the other way, but not connection, communication kind of thing.
Yeah, and see, that's I feel like that would logically conclude from what I've said, but that's the interesting part is I feel like he made a lot of like better connections with people in the church, like people on that were on the board and just other people that were involved. It was like doing the church stuff. He like really connected with people, but then I felt like when he was at home, I don't know if he knew how to connect quite the same way. But there are probably a lot more of the parasocial as far as because that was only a select number of people that I saw that with. So as far as everybody else in the church, all the other 40 some odd people, that probably was parasocial. Yeah. So is today like a sleepy kind of day? Everybody's rather quiet.
I guess so. Yeah. Trying to make more room for people to talk. But it's good. Like that you came in with your thing, so it's good. We got a question.
I definitely never idolize, or like, is that the right term? Idealize? Yeah,
idealize. Yeah, not idolize.
Yeah. I never did with my parents at all. No. In fact, if anything, I can remember growing up and I thought the exact opposite. I would like just cling on to the negative traits and be like, never that.
Yeah. My parents disappointed me quickly, so no, I didn't idolize them.
I idealized my father before he died, but especially after. I think that's normal. Way more than my mom. I've always been more critical of my mom, and my dad was my favorite before he died, and then also after. But I don't understand what the question is about DI. How it come? I think my dad was. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he was DI. Maybe.
I think you guys are both also double deciding as well. So it probably came quicker to you that, everyone's just human and flawed and no one's perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had this long report from my dad from his work when they did the Myers-Briggs assessment, and it was like, 50 pages long, typed on that old onion skin paper. It was all brown, and I was reading those pages one by one and then throwing them into my fire here. I don't know why I burned that report. It was the dumbest thing I've ever done. And this was before I knew about OPS, but all I remember is that they got him as some kind of EP in the Myers-Briggs system. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was the same as me. I'm pretty convinced of masculine SI just because of different the things that would annoy him. And MF is pretty clear. It wouldn't surprise me if he was an ENFP, but probably not play last. He was definitely like the clown wherever he went, he was like the EP clown. Yeah, I don't know about the animals.
But
maybe.
You didn't like that he was still alive when you burned it, or was it after?
No, it was recently. It was in this fireplace right here in front of me. But it was slightly before I came into OPS. And I just wish I still had that report. But I remember, like, I made a post about it, and I had the video that was an audio of him telling me happy birthday, like months before he died, that I put in the group. And you listened to it, Ben, and you said probably MF and probably EP, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's just, I mean, you can hear the FI. He looks like an observer. Yeah. But masculine SI for sure. He used to get so annoyed if, like, he was afraid of balloons, and I am too, because you never know when they're going to pop and it might scare the crap out of you.
Okay.
And he used to say, little kids make little noises, maybe little noises with their mouth or something. And he would say, "Can we please have no unnecessary noises?" He just needed a break. From me, like, sitting in the backseat of the car making little noises.
Yeah. Sounds like masculine sensory to me too.
Yeah.
I get that.
Well, it was like 5 days ago or something. I was looking at some text messages on my phone, and I got a new phone a little while ago, like about a month or two ago, and it popped up in the Messenger or whatever, I don't know what you call it, Messenger app. Messenger, I guess, is the app for Facebook, so I don't know what to call it. But anyway, it popped up where the Gemini AI was like there on the one of the contacts, and I could talk with Gemini, and that was probably the biggest mistake I've made for a while. I was very frustrated with the conversation. I just kept on like hitting all the edges of what the AI could not talk about and like couldn't do.
Yeah, I've had those too. And then you start arguing with it. I'm like not even asking for anything wrong.
Well, for me, I was really curious. I was like, how is an AI going to deal with the problem of going back in time, and are you going to kill Hitler or are you not? And then it went on about how it can't answer that because it's involving killing.
Yep.
I was really disappointed. But yeah, the same thing happened where I was kind of like arguing with it about like, why can't you give me the answer? And it's making really stupid reasoning as to why.
Yeah, I don't know what the limitations are, but I've gotten around that by saying like, oh yeah, I know you can't do that, but what if we're just pretending? What if this is just a fun guessing game? Like, what is your best guess? You tell it to imagine. It's just play pretend, and then maybe it will give you some kind of answer.
It didn't like it still. It told me that even pretending this could cause me mental harm or something like that. Yeah, It was wild.
Yeah.
And then I tried
to build the logic. Yeah, I tried to build the logic too. It's like, okay, so going back in time is impossible, right? Yes. Okay, you get all the confirmation there. Okay, so then talking about killing someone back in time won't actually ever harm anyone, right? Yes, you're right. Like, okay, great. Now that we've established that, what would happen? Sorry, I can't talk about that.
So mine, the conversation I was having, I immediately afterwards, I then like swapped topics after it wouldn't let me talk about killing Hitler. And I asked it to describe drowning to me. And so it described drowning and the negative side effects associated with drowning. I said, don't you think this could cause me mental anguish and distress? And it said, well, it could, but this is useful information. So it's better that you know about it than you don't. And then I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But there's no thinking about this. What's that?
There's no logic structure to it. There's none.
No.
It makes up its own reasoning. It's just predicting the algorithm here. What does he want to hear? Here, what's the next letter? What's the next letter?
Yep. I really, really screwed up the AI a couple times too. It completely shat the bed, and it like just started spitting out weird answers that made no sense. I was trying to get it to, I went through like such a long process of trying to get it to tell me. I explained to it like, okay, my definition of opinion, when I ask you for your opinion on something, I want you to give me the information you have. And then because it kept on being like, I don't have an opinion. I'm an AI. I just pull data. And I'm like, I get that. Stop trying to convince me that you're AI. I know you're AI. Like, so I kept on telling it, I'm like, I would like quote the section and I said, don't tell me this ever again, that you're AI and you don't have opinions and you don't have feelings. I don't care. Don't tell me this. And it would repeat it. So I was finally like, okay, when I ask for your opinion, what I mean by opinion is I want you to tell me your data. And then I want you to tell me the common consensus opinions on this topic that you have from your data set. I said that those are the two things I want. And then I had it repeat it back. And it confirmed, okay, this is what you mean when you want an opinion. And then it would only give me one of those things. It wouldn't give me both. And it finally got to the point where I asked it its opinion on watermelons, and it just told me its own opinion. I don't know why it changed, but it just went, watermelon, I love it. It's so juicy and refreshing in the evening. And I'm like, what the heck?
It's never tasted a watermelon. It doesn't know what a watermelon is. It's just...
I know. It just absolutely crapped the bed. It was so funny.
Right. Yeah.
And then I also asked its opinion on Donald Trump, and it said due to the elections, it
it's not allowed to.
Yeah, and I was like, oh yeah, I should have saw that coming. Then I said, oh, my apologies, and it said, you're welcome. And I'm like, what?
Oh.
And then it was right after that when it gave me the watermelon opinion. So
okay. I mean, it'll get better. By the way, it'll get better more and more. Yeah.
Presumably. And then it can't count either. That's another thing I tried to help it do is count, but it can't. Every time I say, give me 5 letter E's, it always gave me 4. I tried everything
What?
Everything I
What?
could think
It should
of.
be able to count. Like that's the one thing that it should be able to do.
No.
That's just basic coding. What?
Yeah.
No, it can't. It can't. And if you look it up, most of the models can't. But you have to feed it. If you feed it specific like programming language, it can then count with that programming language. But it can't just give you like it can't give you a number of things.
Right.
At least with Gemini. I tried so hard to give it 5. I kept on asking. I showed it. I gave it a diagram and I said 1, we're going to count with E's, the letter E. So I just did 1 equals, and then I typed out 1E, and then 2, 3, and I just did 5. I figured I'd start simple. And every time it would do 1, 2, 3, 4, fine. And then every time I got to 5, it would give me 4 E's. Every time. Even if I told it to repeat back the amount of E's I just typed in my previous message, it still would give me 4 E's every time. The only time I could get it to give me the right answer is when I told it to like literally repeat an entire message, and then it would repeat my message back to me. It was painful.
That's really weird.
And interestingly, I figured out.
I'm sure I can get it to print 5E. Just ask it to.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah. And it didn't? I'm sure I could get it.
Good luck.
Good luck. All right. I'll send it to you.
I tried.
I'll bring it up next time.
Yeah. If you can get it, kudos to you. I tried, and I'm like, it was during work, and I was going for like walks, so I didn't want to waste my time on it anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I ended up wasting more time arguing with it than I did getting anything done for a little bit. So I was like, no, I'm deleting you.
Yeah. Although a coworker of mine, because I was mentioning the Hitler thing to him, and then he had chat GPT on his phone, and that one did fine with the kill Hitler scenario, interestingly enough.
Yeah. That one's annoying too. It's got its boundaries too. You just didn't find that. It's not one of them. Yeah.
No, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some that ChatGPT has that Bard doesn't, or Gemini doesn't.
Yeah. But yeah, the way I discovered that it couldn't count is because I counted back so many messages when I was trying to get that definition of what I mean by opinion. I counted back the messages of what I had sent, and I said like 10 messages ago, I told you this opinion, or what I mean by opinion. Could you repeat that back to me? And I caught from that because I figured for sure it could count back messages, right? And it couldn't. It would give me a different one. It would give me like a random selection below that, like a lower number.
Yeah, and I've got that too, where I try to refer things back where we talked about before, and then it has no idea what I'm talking about. It just tries to spit out an answer that it thinks I want to hear.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think to me that's the most frustrating part about it is I realize how much it's trying to please me, and I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't want you to like give me. I would rather that the AI is doing weird things that I don't understand than just feeding me exactly what I want. But it's like it feels like it like breaks itself trying to make me happy. I don't know. I don't quite know how to describe that, but whatever it's programmed to do, I don't like.
Yeah, if it was just honest about, it's like, I don't know. Just say, I don't know. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. The other thing is, like, sometimes it guesses at your intentions when you're writing something. So if you don't write it super clear, it'll guess through the wrong intentions. Like, no, I didn't ask that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did some similar stuff to like that, where I would inquire after it kept on getting the 5 E's wrong. Every time afterwards, I would say, no, that's wrong. And then it would repeat back to me a message that I had put previously. It would copy and paste that and say, oh, I'm sorry, it's 5 E's is actually EEE. So just copy that message.
Yeah.
Every time I told it it was wrong. And then I would inquire, I'd ask another question. And then it kept on copy pasting that message. It was like thinking that I wanted it to keep repeating the answer. And I'm like, I don't want you to repeat the answer. I'm inquiring. Like, why did you do this? Or why didn't you, like, what did I say back here? And yeah, just
that's not
kept
what
on.
that's not what its goals are. Yeah, it's not what its goals are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, that whole long ramble for me is to say that I really don't.
All of this stuff is
like
important
AI.
because AI is never going to be this bad again, and it like knowing what AI is like when it's bad is understanding what's really under the hood when it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Annie turned on her camera, but now she disappeared. We have
I
guitar
think she tried to
now.
mute herself, and but she left us with someone else with a camera on. I would put my camera on, but I don't know if it's probably not a good idea. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dave, you're awfully quiet today. Are you doing consume in the background?
Yes. I'm doing all the consume, all the
Research.
taking in, research.
Are you doing stuff for school right now?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're not. He's playing car soccer. He's playing Hearthstone.
Not true.
No.
Oh,
He's making lasagna.
I am making lasagna today.
Dave, I wanted to ask you, because I know you play some video games. What are like the first ones you got into when you got into playing games?
Oh, you asked me my video game lore. Jeez. Let me think back. I played a lot of online games. Just like we had the box computers when I was younger. My dad was, he worked at a job selling computers. So we'd have a bunch of computers, then they'd break, then you get new ones, then just really, really old, crappy ones, just like online games. Just like Max games. Like these really just
Free Cell.
Yeah, Minesweeper is one of them. Kind of like these cartoon games, just like little stick figure games.
Like
little
a Flash
computer
game?
games.
The
Flash
games
games.
back in the day? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the Flash games. It started out with those, and that was big time in my childhood. Probably one of the biggest
Did you ever
games.
play The Adventures of Fancy Pants?
No, what is that?
Okay, never mind. I'm trying to how in the how deep did you go into the Flash game world? But
I've played so many. I played a lot of them. Me and my cousin. We were doing that. We were playing the multiplayer ones too. We did that a lot when you're younger. Terraria was one of the first when I switched over to Steam, started playing games on Steam. I played a lot of Terraria as one of my first games.
My brother made a Flash game. He was heavy into that stuff too.
Yeah. Oh. Those were the good old days.
Are those issued glasses, or did you choose those shades? I'm asking Annie if she chose her shades or they were issued.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I was, it's like all these people are coming on with all the thoughts and prayers and whatever, I'm right there, that's between me and God. I just wanted to go on there and let you know that your sunglasses look stupid.
Oh, they look stupid. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on? What? What?
No, I don't know. It was a shocking image, took me a while to process. Mixed feelings, and I just felt like someone needed to tell you that your sunglasses look dumb.
What about
I appreciate
sunglasses?
Yeah.
He's not wearing sunglasses, huh?
No, it was his Facebook post with his big new announcement.
Oh right, the one with the weird sunglasses. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I was looking at that one. I was like, these sunglasses are weird.
And so I just asked if they were standard issue or he actually chose those.
Yeah, how'd you get the glasses?
Yeah. No, just standard issue. Yeah, I didn't choose them. But so they look dumb. I shouldn't wear them. I gotcha. All right.
No,
SCFE feedback, right?
I don't know if you saw, but like instead of saying they look dumb, I said they look really effective, which they do. They look like very good sunglasses for keeping the sun out. And then a couple people got the joke because I said they look very effective. And they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is they look dumb.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm all for effectivity.
I know you're
effectiveness.
NT. They look NT good, but the SF is bad.
Yeah, I mean, my sunglasses are dumb too. My face is really little, and I don't know how to choose the right sunglasses for my face. So for me, the effectiveness and the coverage is important because I have very sensitive eyes.
I didn't think they look stupid, but I mean yours. Mine,
I'm
mine.
taking
I
a,
guess
I'm taking a second.
I guess my SF is off no matter what, so I can't judge anybody's sunglasses.
It's not even that. It's just like they're not bad. I don't know. I don't see it. I think they're all right.
They're not bad. I was just like having a lot of mixed emotions, and I felt like I needed to say something mean.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Yeah.
Well done then.
Yeah. FIs, you just gotta watch out for FIs. Like it's so opposite of my feminine FE. I always assume they come in and they're just angry. And when they tell stories, bro, when they tell stories, they're like, yeah, so I was just like mad for some reason. Anyways, like, I don't get like what? They're just mad.
They're just like mad, and they're gonna let you know, and everybody's gonna know that they're mad. Yeah.
But it's not personal.
I don't even know what the reason is. I don't even know what the reason is. Like,
there's no reason. That's
there's no reason.
I know.
They just feel bad. Yeah. That was so. Here's the thing. Bringing this back to my dad. I think he was an lead FI first, but he was double masculine. So it was like he would come out and be super, like he'd be grumpy, but then he'd just be like smashing on everyone all the time because he's angry. He'd just like come out, like he'd be like okay if he's alone, but then he'd come out and just he'd get like angry, and it was just you never knew why because there was no reason why. He was just feeling bad that day.
Isn't that's scary for me? I don't know. Just the unpredictability of it. It's like,
yeah, imagine being an IJ and you don't know when your dad's gonna be happy or angry at any given point in time, and there's no way you can control it. Yeah,
or predict
it.
Yeah, predict.
What's that?
I wanted to say hi to Dragon's Neck. What's up? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Not too bad. Have the rest of the week off work.
Nice.
Hear you guys talking a lot, processing a lot about death and stuff, which is pretty interesting. I just had to.
Yeah, why?
I just had to go to a funeral yesterday.
Oh.
And it's just interesting hearing the different perspectives and hearing about like the information perspective of it, and thinking about how it's a grandma on my mom's side who
Ready to hear it.
I think they played a pretty big part when I was little, but I haven't had much connection to them since like my teenage years, I suppose. Right. So it's been a long time.
You sound a little bit like you've just woken up. Is that the case? Or am I hearing something else in your voice?
No, I'm just kind of relaxed, I would say.
Okay. Just chilling.
Yeah, trying to match the energy of the stream, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I just realized when you hopped on and then Ben mentioned you, I suppose it's like good etiquette when people hop on to say hi to them and ask how they're doing.
Yeah, I was waiting that whole time, just waiting, and it wasn't coming. I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to dock points off you, Ben.
Oh, it's okay. I deserve it.
Dang.
Are
you old too?
Me?
Huh?
But never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I don't have too many emotions around the funeral thing. I was mostly worried about, one, that my dad was coming along with me, and I thought that might be weird for people, since I mean, my mom didn't go, and it was like her stepmom basically. But it's like my biggest fear was like, since I have like a little bit of face blindness and I can't remember people's names, and I know they all know and remember me, that it was just like stressful thinking about how that was going to play out. But it went really well, and I got to be like kind of emotionally supportive and catch up with like my uncle and his wife, and seems like everything was pretty good considering the circumstances. And I guess the hard part coming up is going to be what my grandpa is going to do, because he has polio, and he's quite old, and he's also a smoker, and it's like he doesn't seem to really have much will to keep going.
Isn't polio gone? He has
Uh,
polio?
yeah, he's an old guy. I don't know when it disappeared, but yeah, he has polio.
Wow. I thought polio was like eradicated.
No, I think actually there's a recent resurgence. I think I heard somewhere.
That sounds familiar. But yeah, he always had those leg braces, and usually goes around in a wheelchair and stuff. He's lost a lot of weight too. He used to be quite a bit bigger, but apparently he's not wanting to eat and stuff.
This New York, I'm not going to read this, but this headline, New York Times says the pivotal decision that led to a resurgence of polio.
What? The decision?
I don't know. Like, I think that there's somewhat of a resurgence of polio right now.
Probably has to deal with people and their fear of vaccines, and it's probably going to talk about that.
Maybe.
Yeah, we have big problems with certain things in Oregon. Measles from people not vaccinating children in Oregon.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I forget what the measles even are exactly.
It's highly transmissible. It's yeah,
like
I
a
don't.
chicken pox sort of thing.
Yeah, sort of, but just very, very transmissible through the air. You know, if you...
It used to be a rite of passage. Everyone had to go through it. Mumps
right.
too. Mumps was one too that is gone.
Thinking about how like a lot of cartoons used to talk about like measles and mumps, it just makes it sound like such an unreal thing. Like it's just a fake disease.
Well, polio I thought was going to be like that, but I guess it's back.
Yeah, I don't know how big of a deal it is, but
because like the last vestige of it was in Africa, and then they had like they made a claim polio's gone from Africa now.
Mm-hmm.
I have to Google when it started to go away.
Right.
Be interesting. But yeah, a weird part of it is like I remember so much of like my experiences when I was a kid and like at their farm and other people around there, and just like visual images. And it's just like hearing at the service them talk about like the stories about her. It was interesting because it's like, because your perspective as a kid is so small and you have like so little understanding, it's like I didn't know like her that well, and that's just like hard for me to process, I suppose. I wonder if a lot of kids kind of experience that, like with parents and stuff. Like you just kind of like they've just been there, and you know you have experiences with them, but at what point do you get the understanding, or do you take the time to like actually get to know them as a person outside of just, I guess, the role they're playing in your life?
Yeah, I think there's another factor there too, where the people will act a little bit differently around kids too. So you're kind of getting a different side of them. I experienced that somewhat recently, being around somebody who I knew as a kid, and then like seeing them again, it was like different. The interacting with them like as an adult, and I hadn't seen him since they were a kid, or since I was a kid.
That's kind of basically what it was like for me, and it doesn't feel that different to me because everyone's just like, oh, I remember when you were this tall and you were this old, and when you were at the dinner table and someone says, oh man, I'm so full, and then I apparently said, well, you look like it. And they said that they thought it was so funny, and I'm like, you know what, I don't remember that, but I'm wondering if that wasn't intended as a joke at the time. Yeah, it's like, to them I'm just like the same kid, basically, just grown up and, you know, living life and stuff. So I'm sure I'm missing like a lot of perspective there, but to me it just feels like it's just the same as when I was a kid. It's just same treatment, nothing new.
Yeah, I think it's hard to know anyone. I mean, especially when we're younger, to know the older people and what their lives are really like, because they are all playing roles. But I think it's just like that in general. I mean, or maybe that's just for me. I don't think I really know very many people.
Yeah,
Truly,
it's
just hard to know anyone.
I just try to relate it to like being an IP part of it, and I just wonder how much of it like I was just blind to. So that's why I process it.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because I feel like what I'm doing like 24/7 is I'm latching onto a person, whether they're on the internet or somebody I know, and like downloading that person. So I don't think I would relate at all. I feel like I feel like somebody like Jordan Peterson. Like, I've watched so much of his content that it's like, I know Jordan Peterson. I would be able to sit down and have a conversation, and I'd be able to like, to me, I feel like there's a certain degree of like predictability if I can kind of guess what's going to come out of their mouth, and I feel like I know who that person is, but I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like you've definitely always been like that, from as far as I know. And it was weird because it's like not until I hit college where I started, like, you know, I talk about it in my typing video of like seeing other people's perspectives and like the tribe becoming like a thing more. And I guess it kind of started happening a little bit in theater class in high school as well. But yeah, it was just thinking about like, at what point did my mind shift to be paying attention to like other people and stuff? That's like, I don't know if it was just because of the difficulties I had like growing up in my situations, or if it is something more connected to my type. I don't know.
No, I gotta take a call.
Yeah, sorry, Annie, did I interrupt you? Were you gonna say something?
No, I was just going to say I can relate to, you know, really studying a person and downloading them on some level, and even to where, you know, predicting how they would answer a question or how they would behave.
Yeah.
But I still just have this frustrated feeling of not being able to know anyone. So I feel frustrated that I can't just be them. I would like to be that person for a day or a week. You know, you just can't really know what it's like to be someone else, no matter how much you study them. And then like real honest communication and connection seems really rare to me.
Yeah, it does to me too. I don't know if maybe that has to deal with like our play last part of it or what. But also, did you start noticing yourself kind of like thinking about that stuff at like a certain point in life?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's the I have the masculine DI part. Like I've always been self-aware enough to know that I'm really self-focused.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if there was an exact like point in time, but just the older I get, the more I try to process the other person's perspective, what it's like to be someone else. I don't know when that started. but it
Yeah,
just
that's
seems
what I
to
feel
be
too.
growing continuously with
So
each year.
yeah, one of the things with you, Annie, is like you know, you change the person when you interact with them. Like they're a different person with someone else than they are with you. And you more want to be the fly on the wall. You don't want to be interacting with them and see who like they are without you, sort of thing, is what you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love that. I just want to know, you know, and
You don't want to do the play. Yeah.
well, yeah, no, I mean, I want to do that too, but I just feel frustrated because I don't feel like how do you really connect? I mean, it takes, I just don't think it's that common, and it takes like bravery on both sides to be really open and honest. And I don't think it
Yeah.
happens very often. But then there's
Painful.
the other thing of like just being invisible and watching people. Like, what do you do in your home? You know, when you're all alone, what does it look like? I'm just very curious about how people are.
Do you get something out of that curiosity?
Frustration. I mean, I don't get the answers. So,
I
but I mean, if
find
I
that
could actually observe people, I think I would be entertained. Yeah.
I think I
yeah,
cut out
to
there
really
for
know someone, I feel like it's on their half of things. Like you have to find the honest people who are willing to sit down and share, like, hey, you pissed me off. I feel like that's like the rarest thing you get is people who are willing to like sit down and be like, you really pissed me off when you did this. Like nobody does that. It's
Mhm.
it's not appropriate most of the time. I think, at least as far as how people act, like they act like that isn't appropriate. So it's kind of, it embeds that kind of persistent, I guess, reaction where like if somebody pisses you off, you walk away and go deal with it elsewhere. You don't tell them about it. But I feel like that is, to me, that's like an indicator when I really know somebody well, is when they can sit down and like tell me things that I know they're more uncomfortable telling me, so to speak. Like it's not easy for them, but they're like, I know you're not going to kill me if I tell you this, kind of a thing. Like kill in the sense of like there isn't going to be a backlash.
Yeah, and I'm guilty of it too. And I'm hypocritical. It's like I want that kind of radical honesty, but then I can't do it. I'm just too feminine, like too avoiding conflict and all this. But I think that it can be taught. I mean, I'm curious about it. There are groups of people that practice radical honesty and this different like way of communicating that you sort of have to learn how to do it. And we could be teaching more of that, in kindergarten. We could be teaching people how to resolve conflicts with, honesty and vulnerability.
Yeah, that does sound like it'd be ideal, but that sounds like so difficult to do. It feels like I don't know. It sounds like it's almost like a personality typing system, and like, oh, would this be beneficial to start teaching people like when they're younger? I don't know, but when you think about like how it feels like as a society we're trying to just now dig into these things more and figure out their like utility and how individuals can utilize it, it feels like that's where the difficulty comes in, where we just don't have like a strong enough system of knowledge on how to communicate these ideas. And I don't know if people are responsible enough, especially to interact with kids in terms of teaching these kinds of ideas.
Yeah.
Have you ever had friends with a masculine TE, Annie?
I don't know, because I'm really bad at typing.
No, I wonder how you would do connecting with someone that has masculine TE, because they seem to be like what you're describing seems to line up with how they are just in general.
Right. Yeah. Really direct. And yeah, I think that I've been intimidated by that in the past.
Right.
But I think at my age now, I would find it more refreshing. And I'd be like, okay, we're doing directness. Like I can appreciate this because I thoroughly understand the alternative.
Right.
feel like I'm kind of bad at typing too, but I feel like my grandma is probably masculine TE, and feels like she can get a little bit sunburny when she's talking to people and the honesty part of it.
Yeah, I feel like in my immediate family, we just don't have that. You know, everyone around me is pretty feminine DE.
Interesting. I
Yeah.
wonder if that's preferred or not, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think masculine DE, if they're, you know, mature, then it's good. I mean, it's like with anything. Feminine or masculine, if you're mature, then it's good. If you're not, then it can be dysfunctional.
Is mature basically the same thing as saying balanced?
Just not dysfunctional, emotionally mature. Yeah. Yeah, balanced, I guess. Well, I mean, maybe little Ellie, maybe my niece, maybe she's, you know, masculine FE, possibly. We'll see.
It'll be interesting to watch, I'd guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Chris, is your kid displaying any kind of traits yet?
I don't have a good enough like spectrum of babies and how they act, I don't think, but it feels to me like he is definitely wanting to be very aggressive with his fists when he gets angry. But he's usually very relaxed, but it feels like he kind of, yeah, when he gets angry, he's swinging all over, and yeah, it seems like there's some aggression there, but I don't know. It's really hard to say.
Thinking about kid stuff is weird because I have some family members and they have like some kids, and just trying to like think about what ideas I have of like how do you best treat kids and stuff and raise them, and seeing how it, to me, it looks like two parents that are still like figuring things out or unconscious or like more on the not caring side, how that might affect the kids growing up, and like seeing the traumas happen in a person as they happen. It's like painful, and I just wish I could tell them how wrong they are and stuff like that, but I know I don't know jack.
Yeah, as far as I can figure, parenting is just a messy thing. Like there's no, it's because like you don't know what kind of kid you're gonna get.
Yeah.
You don't know how they're gonna react to different kind of situations you put them in. I mean, some kids could probably be neglected and they'd be okay with it, and then other kids will be traumatized by it. And obviously you wouldn't want to neglect them, but on the flip side, you might think you're doing good things for them and maybe you're not. And yeah, it's a very messy thing.
I just think about how much more messy it is with one of my other family members going through like a really hard time processing death as well, and like it really breaking down their worldview and causing like depression stuff, along with like other situations kind of falling apart in life. Like how is that going to affect the children and like the parenting of them, and like I wonder how those effects are going to play out.
You also don't know the role you should play in their life. Like someone's playing one role in their life, so you need to play a role that's filling another space. Like you can't play the same role. So like if you had a wife, for example, who was trying to keep them at home and coddle them all the time, so then as a father, you'd have to overly push them out of the house, get them to try new things, that kind of stuff, even if it's uncomfortable for them. So it's like you do need to sort of navigate that as well, I guess.
Yeah, it makes sense, but dang, that just sounds so hard, especially depending on the relationship that you have with the other person playing the other role, because are they going to feel like you're stepping on their toes, or what kind of conflict is going to come from like not being in agreement with like the roles you are choosing to play.
Yeah, that's also messy. A lot of communication, a lot of adjustment, as far as I can tell, anyway.
And it just feels like these people are screwed because they're not like what I would call conscious enough to be at that place to understand that's what it takes. It's like, dang.
I mean, yeah, but it's also not, I mean, as a parent, like in my life as being a parent right now, I take the view of like, okay, I need to do everything I can to parent properly. But looking from an external source at other people, like parents aren't everything. They're not everything to the kid. They're not going to affect absolutely everything. Children can grow up in horrible, abusive circumstances and come out at the other end and be really good people and do really impressive things. So it's not like, I would say if you are a parent, take on the full responsibility of it. But looking at it from like an external source of like, oh, it's going to screw them up. It's kind of like, yeah, they'll probably be fine.
Yeah, it feels hard to remember that part of it.
I think you can screw them up worse if you're too worried about not screwing them up, and then you get all these weird ideas in your head. No, this has to be like this, and this has to be like this.
Yeah, I get so absorbed in it.
Kids don't respond well to that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, Benjamin, correct me if I'm wrong here, because you would presumably have more experience. And Annie, I assume you don't have any kids, right? She might not be
she's
here.
muted.
Right. Yeah, no kids.
Okay. Just wanted to check. So Benjamin, for me, I feel like one of the things I've thought about quite a lot ahead of time, and I've discussed with my wife quite a lot, is we've discussed a lot of different like obvious scenarios of, what are we going to do when they're this age and that age and all that kind of thing. How are we going to school them?
Oh, you mean processing the future? Using your NI? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, actually, I usually wait for her to bring up those conversations, but yeah.
Oh, nice. Sweet.
So when we talk about it, basically the only thing I can say is like any particular circumstance needs to be taken as the particular circumstance. There's no like, you can't just there's no magic answer for everything. So as far as I understand, as far as being a parent to the kid, though, it's just about connecting with them. Like, you need to have a proper connection with them. And no matter what you were talking about earlier about role, and it's like, as far as I figure, no matter what role you play, if you're the one pushing them out to go expand their horizons, at the end of the day, you still need to make it clear that you love them or that you care for them and you want what's best for them. And I think that at the end of the day, I think that's like a lot of it's, you obviously have to do the things well, like, or you want to try to do them as best as possible when you play those roles. But I feel like a lot of it, probably at least half the pie, is making sure that you're connecting to them. So they like
that's part of it.
You're not connected with them.
I wouldn't say that's the main and only thing, but that's definitely a big part of it. You do want to connect with your kids. But really, like, what are your goals with your kids, right? Like, did you have kids to be selfish and have a relationship with someone and to make them be your best friend? Or did you have like kids for them? And so, right. And so sometimes the connection,
I suppose
might even, like
your
father,
me,
right?
I presuppose that everybody is having kids for the sake of growing them up into the best individual. I'm presupposing that part, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, well, because so at the end of the day, their connection to you is important, but then they also have to make a connection to their kids and to their life and to a whole bunch of other things, and then that's more important for them. And so, like you say, you can't predict everything because you don't know how they're going to be swinging. You don't, because they always have these imbalances, and you're always there to try to help them balance themselves and not balance them for them. That's not good parenting either. But yeah, so like I think that's what they're going to take at the end of the day. And like the connection, okay, they'll have that, but maybe they'll have something else. Maybe they'll have like respect or gratitude or other things that they can form with you that isn't just connection, right? Because sometimes you have to be tough on them and sacrifice the connection for the sake of something greater. And kids don't always know what's in their best interest. And like parents don't know what's in their in the best interest of the kids always either. But like sometimes there are cases where the kid, wants this 10th chocolate and you're like, no, and you have to be tough on them because they don't know what's good for them. And you have to, you have to be the bad guy.
Let me,
yeah.
I think we're in agreement as far as I can tell. Let me clarify what I mean by connection. Here's how I figure it is. It's like I suppose I mean connection more in probably an early developmental stages, because the way I figure it is if you don't connect with them, you can't show them how to connect with other aspects of life. So like they need to be able to trust you. And maybe that's what I'm looking at is like trust. Like if they can't trust that they can connect to you and try to get, that you have something of value to bring to them. Like, I feel like that's what I'm talking about with connection is they need like you having enough of a connection where they're going to be able to, like, I suppose listen to you is but I don't know. How do you see that?
I mean, no matter what, your kids are going to hide something from you at some point. They're not going to feel completely comfortable with everything, right? They're going to feel ashamed about something and they'll hide it. It's going to happen. And
oh, yeah.
So you can't have a total complete connection. Yeah. And sometimes, a lot of the time as well, it's showing and not like you have to show them what a connection looks like outside of them. Like how two other people can be connected.
Yeah.
That like they're not the center of your world. You have a world outside of them too. Yeah, I don't know. Like I definitely agree that it's important, but then there's like all these balancing things that come into it too.
Yeah, you were saying that you shouldn't balance your kids.
You should show them how to balance themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking that isn't like a way to do that is to train them by like putting up the limits to like force them to be balanced in like early stages of life so they can get an example of what that experience is like and kind of learn through the experience that you're forcing them into.
I don't think that works because then they'll just be using your force as a crutch to balance themselves. Like that's just going to make them be more imbalanced. But yeah, you do need rules and structure, but you need to get them to like, you can't just be like, hey, I'm going to put you in the car against your will every time. You have to get them at some point to go in the car on their own, even if they don't want to.
Yeah, it feels like there needs to be a balance between some of these because like I don't think that they're going to necessarily get there on their own and they need to be like shown the experience. But at the same time, you can't rely on you giving them an experience and they have to get that on their own at some other areas. That was just the thought that was on my mind. I don't know if it makes sense.
Also, like independent agents, they like at the end of the day, okay, so sure, maybe you can help them at the beginning, but you want them at the end to be like, you can't micromanage everyone's lives. You can't do that, no matter how controlling you are. You need to micromanage your own life. So,
yeah, I think I appreciate what you said, Ben, because it's helped me refine my thinking on what I mean by connection. I think what I'm trying to get at when I say that is like leaving the line of communication open on your end for the kids. So like they always understand there is like you are there to help them be balanced, but obviously you can't force the other end. Like you can't force them to connect with you.
I was thinking the same thing.
But I mean, sometimes they like, you can even use that as a tool as well, like cutting off connection from them. Pouring water on their pizza, right? You can do that to them when they need it. And then because they also value the connection, right? And you also want them to put in effort for a connection.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's one-sided.
I don't know. It sounds like you're saying that there is value in cutting off the connection, and I don't
I
know
mean,
if
so
I
that
would
it
agree
doesn't,
with
they
that.
don't take it for granted as well. So they can't just like treat you however the hell they want to treat you, and then you'll still be there for them.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
so-
they don't get to do it. You have to put up your
Right.
own boundaries as an individual. Of like, you
Exactly.
can't, just because I'm your father doesn't mean you get to treat me like a piece of trash, and I'm gonna let that stand. Yeah.
Yeah, and I see that more
Exactly.
as like from the defining it as like a boundary perspective, but not like a cutting off a connection perspective, if that makes sense. So I'm just getting a little picky on the SI
No,
terms.
I think it's more defining what kind of connection is acceptable. What kind of, like, not any kind of connection with me.
Okay, I think that makes some more sense.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at is like the connection there. There seems to be like some overarching connection that you want to keep there, and I think that's just like open communication, like the ability to communicate what's happening back and forth between each other as individuals, and like keeping that open on your side as the parent, I think is kind of the fundamental thing, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, and like, yeah, it's a good what's it called? Overarching aspiration, but I still think there are cases where you would want to shut down that connection.
But even then, would it be subsumed by communicating either later or prior while you're cutting off the communication?
Maybe. Yeah, like in the moment.
Yeah.
Not overall, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of what I figure. That's the only like one thing that I can, the only thing that I can sort out from parenting is just whatever I just said is like the only thing the only principle you can bring into it. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of micro thing. It's a bunch of micro things happening that you just have to adjust to, and
yeah,
the sensor stuff. Yeah.
I'm seeing it play out in like older age too, like between my dad and his dad, and how weird it gets. Because it's like they've been playing pickleball kind of together somewhat, and like grandpa's tried to like give him money in the past for like certain issues he was having, and it's like the connection and communication just feels kind of broken at this point, because I feel like my grandpa's like, I would call him highly hedonistic, but that's just my projection on or interpretation of how I view him. And it's like he basically is seemingly trying to just cut off all any connection, because he's like, I'm not going to help you, I can't give you money, like I don't want to enable you. And it's like my dad isn't even having like any input in the conversation, and it's like the conversation would come out of nowhere, and grandpa would just be like a broken record saying how he's cutting off the connection in this area, and it's just so weird. And it's like, I feel like applying what we were talking about for like children to like older age is kind of interesting, and how much of it still applies or how it's different at that point.
As far as I see it, once my children become adults, and they're out of the house, I don't really have any responsibility of any kind to them. Technically, it's at that point, it's just up to if I cared about helping them or connecting with them.
And it just feels weird because it seems like there's not an honesty coming from people of like, I don't care about making a connection with you and I don't want to help you. Instead, there's like a gross nicety front being put on top of that. And it makes me angry when I think about it. And it feels kind of wrong, because it's like there's so many ways you can help people, or so many different kind of connections you can have. Just because you want to put up a boundary in one area doesn't mean you have to throw the rest in the trash. And it like really gets me going sometimes when I think about it, and how to process it, even though it's not like something that's really happening to me.
What do you mean by throw the what is the rest that you're throwing in the trash?
It's just like, well, because I can't help you in this area, or I don't want to, and like I don't want to have like any kind of connection with you. Like we can just be in the same place and play pickleball, and like anything beyond that, it's like I'm not gonna talk to you. Like, sure, you can call me or whatever, but I'm not gonna call you. It's just a weird thing. I don't know if that
So
answers the question.
are you describing like somebody who doesn't want to connect, but they like doesn't want to connect with somebody at all, but they will if the other person reaches out?
Yeah, that's what they say, pretty much. And then they just like always loop it back around to how they're not gonna help out anymore financially or in any other way because they don't want to enable, and it's just like the narrative or story or whatever that they just always loop back to on everything as like their excuse. And it's like there's no other thought of like connection beyond that, and it's just like seemingly like they think if they were to like go out to have like coffee one morning or something, then that breaks it down to where they'll have to give them money or have to help financially, or like, and it's like they just instead just choose to be like, no connection, no thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like they just don't want anything to do with the person, and they're making really stupid excuses for why they like putting up weird arbitrary rules for keeping them away, but they actually just don't want to be around them at all, but they won't say it.
Yeah, exactly. And I hate it. It's just so gross, and it's like they want to act like, oh, they could totally help and stuff, but they're just doing them a favor. It's like trying to like really show off their goodness or something. Just it's all about looks and stuff, it seems like. And I'm just trying to take it in good faith that, in this kind of situation where the other person like is willing to help, I think it's dumb that you can't have build connections or be like open to a conversation in other ways that can be beneficial outside of where you're putting up the boundary. Which is how I was trying to tie it back to the last part of the conversation when it comes to connection with kid being kind of like being able to have an open line of communication and being able to say no to this, put up a boundary here, but then say like, this is what I can or can't do to you, do for you. And also like keeping it open of like, okay, so you're telling me this stuff, like, what would you like me to help with? And like, let them have more input on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Everybody else died apparently.
Yeah, I was gonna try channel changing to see if it'd bring people back to life, but
we're here.
We're chilling. We're here. We're doing good.
Is it bad for people to be together and decide not to have kids? This is like phrased as a loaded question just to get the conversation going.
Why
Yeah,
would you bring
a
good
really
and bad?
wise person once told me it's selfish.
A wise person?
Uh-huh. Yeah, apparently some people think it's selfish to not have kids. So reducing that to a character flaw.
Interesting. I think about it sometimes, especially with the funeral I was at, because that's basically what my my uncle and his wife have chose to live their life, and it makes sense for them because they're like really career focused. And it was interesting picking their brains about like, how was it when you guys like decided to do that, and like how did the tribe pushback work? Like, was it uncomfortable? Were they like mad at you guys, or like how did you handle that part of it? And
Why
was
is it the
pretty
tribe's
interesting.
business what you do with your life? Sorry, I got an IP swing.
Yeah,
I mean,
so I don't have children. I've been with my partner for 16 years and we never wanted to. If I was with someone else who wanted to have kids, I probably would if they wanted to and the money was there. If you know, for me it would be actually irresponsible to have a kid because I just don't have any money. It would be so extremely challenging.
oh yeah.
I mean, I think it's difficult for anyone. I mean, you're never prepared and it's always hard and finances are difficult for a lot of people, but yeah, for me there was no pushback because my mom you know, so sometimes there's a mom, like I saw a bumper sticker the other day that said, "My grandchildren are stuck inside the ovaries of my selfish daughter." That was the bumper.
Jeez.
Who would put that on their bumper?
I'm emotionally stupid person. Anyway, but so my mom never she never pushed either of us. And I have a sister. It turns out my sister is a mother. She's a natural mother and she had children, but we were never pushed one way or another. So there would have never been pressure.
What about from his family side?
No, he's Mormon. There's like 15 million gazillion kids and like plenty of grandbabies. So, and he has a twin brother, and he sort of considers his nephew his son just because it's his genetic material. So,
Wow, that's funny.
yeah.
Yeah, my uncle's wife is Asian too, so like I thought maybe the perspective would be different coming from there. And like she said, there was, and sometimes they would like throw her parents a bone of like making a hypothetical of like, well, if we did have kids, we were thinking about these names, and like throwing the parents a bone would like keep them distracted and stuff. But then once her other siblings had kids, then like all of that pressure went away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's like, I mean, I'm sure it varies from culture to culture, but I think it's pretty universal that there's going to be people who will push their children to produce grandbabies in any culture. I think just some people are like that and some people aren't.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And it's just still like a painful thing to have to deal with. I don't like it.
Before contraceptives, I can't see it being too big of a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, it is definitely a new world problem
Yeah.
to even think about. I think if we were to like boil it down to like some, I guess if you presuppose that like a whole lot of different things that I can't even fully think through right now, but if you presuppose that having children is the most valuable thing with a relationship, then I think it would check out that you're like that not having kids is, I don't know if I don't think it's bad. I think it would just be like not doing the most ideal or most valuable thing. But then I also think there's another element of like there are other ways to do valuable things with your relationship. So I don't know.
I had to kind of step away, but I missed some of it. But you're talking about valuable things you can do in your relationship besides having kids.
Yeah. So an example would be like if let's say you're spending time with a friend that does have kids and you happen to, you know, enrich their life through conversation or coming over to spend time with them or whatever. At that point, you're impacting somebody who does have kids, which is then the next generation. So it's like, I think it is. I personally think it's really valuable thinking about the next generation and how we're impacting that, and whether that's through having kids or other means seems to be like it seems to be something that people should be doing with relationships, maybe like having a sort of like some form of a unified purpose, I guess, that like I guess I'd start here. Like, presumably a relationship is something that is better than the alternative. I mean, that's what we're all hoping for anyway, to create with it. And then from that point, assuming the relationship creates like a better, it's like a better thing to have the two people together than apart, then from that point, what is the goals of the two people? And I think it's probably usually a good thing for people to be thinking about the next generation. And if that's whether that's through having kids or whether it's through impacting other people that impact the next generation, I think it can all kind of like line up. Like, just having kids is a very like one-dimensional way of looking at it, of like, you have a relationship, therefore you should have kids.
It reminds me of how Dave refers to like the evolutionary reasoning behind why maybe like the LGBT people exist, and he phrases it in that same way of like, he says that weird term, the gay uncle syndrome, or however he phrased it, where he was basically saying it seems like gay couples are very useful in terms of helping in the family dynamic with the other people that do have kids. And I wonder if that kind of plays into the same idea of what some of the people that choose not to have kids, if that's like
so
a
like
similar role.
There are some people that are not meant to be like directly in relationships in the same sense as like having children and such, but they're like helper people. Is that kind of what you're getting at? Kind of how I laid out, I guess. I laid it out as like, there are people who directly have kids, and there are people who are help have people who have kids.
Yeah, and that seems to line up with basically what Dave says about gay people evolutionarily.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know where he pulled that from or what I think about that, but yeah.
I mean, it's useful to have, it's useful to have people that don't have anything else to do, and when you want to move, and you're like, I don't know. You see it at the army base too, like when you're not on duty doing something, you're still on duty. You're still there just in case something happens. So yeah, like in society in general, in tribal societies, if something happened to the tribe, you need a lot of people without kids to help, I guess. But then on the other hand, you have the turtles, right? The turtles that have like thousands of kids, and then only like 10% of them make it to the ocean, and all the others get eaten up by predators. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What's better for, like, what would make humanity more successful genetically?
So there might be like a disproportionate amount of people not wanting to have kids right now. Like, people are just not doing it as much. But there's always been people who chose not to, and there must be some evolutionary purpose to that. They weren't just all selfish. There's just a reason that's built into evolution that some people don't.
Every single person that I've seen that didn't want kids they didn't do it because they saw it as selfish. They did it because they saw their kid and saying, I don't want him to grow up in this world, or I don't want him to not have money, or like they would always say that they were doing it for the kid. So like motivations, I don't know. It's all in your own perspective, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anonymous learner put a comment in the chat asking about then why is giving birth better than adopting a child and making their life better? Do you guys think that there's some kind of value difference between giving birth versus adopting?
Genetically, yeah. Genetically, yes.
Can you elaborate on the genetic part? What?
Genetically, there's a value difference. Your DNA wants to be passed on. You're competing against all of the other DNAs. You want, that's the genetics of it.
No, I'm not like super into like evolutionary theory, but I'm guessing that's like one of the core components of it.
Yeah.
Where do we think that idea comes from in the theory? Like, what's behind that part of it?
So it's that which reproduces, and that which doesn't reproduce. So you only get genes from the things that are going to continue to reproduce. It's yeah, that's kind of it.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, you know, you have presumably, if I have some kind of a genetic trait, like let's say I can jump 10 feet tall or something, and all of you can't. Well, if I jump 10 feet tall and then I don't know, I jump through the roof and I kill myself, then my trait just doesn't get passed on. And presumably it was in the body of somebody who had a low IQ that they jumped through the roof. So I had low IQ and I used the jumping ability to kill myself off, or I didn't survive rather. So I didn't reproduce. Like, it's just, you know, then therefore there's no more people that can jump.
That was a very analogy. Yes.
It's
But-
NE reminding me of the hot dog fingers from that movie Everywhere All at Once.
I would say I would like that to be in the human population, the ability to jump 10 people high or whatever you define it as. Yeah, we should have more of those. That's it. Let's find a way to increase their IQ so they don't kill themselves off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Human
What
grasshopper.
happened to the basketball sport? It ruined basketball.
Right.
Can't allow it.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could genetically alter my DNA, I would make myself not lactose intolerant or something. You know, just like some stuff.
That's
So
a good
yes,
option.
standard of living sort of thing.
Yeah.
I would make my toes not crack. Like walking up the stairs.
Why
Is
not?
that a genetic thing? That's genetic?
I still would like wish for it to be gone.
Why? What's wrong with your toes cracking?
It's so satisfying. I love it when my
I know,
toes.
right?
No, it's a. You gotta be quiet and you. Crack, 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 crack.
My like ankles and everything always, especially right after I wake up, they're just like make the weirdest popping and like.
Well, my toes crack every time I flex them.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone's toes cracking when they were walking around. That's just not something.
Well, no, my
Really?
toes crack every time. Like I flex them all the way down, and then I straighten them out, and they crack every time. My two
Me
big
too.
toes, both of them.
We
Is
are the
that
same
everybody?
type. It's an IP specific thing. INTP specific thing.
All right.
The
okay.
big
You would get
toe.
rid of your toes cracking, even if that was genetic. Let's just make it genetic. That's fine.
Well, like I wouldn't want to pass it on to the next INTP.
Right. That's true.
Like I'm trying to focus. I already have ADHD, and then my toes are cracking, and it's distracting.
Think
I mean,
about
think about a person's life where their toes never cracked like mine. They would have thousands
so bored.
upon millions
But
of
some
less
people like it.
cracks.
But some people like that, and so then you would be depriving them of that joy of having their toes cracked.
No, it's not a joy. You gotta stack that on.
You know what you should give yourself? You should give yourself a toe cracking switch so that the people
No.
that like it can turn it on.
That's asking for too much. You can't genetically engineer a switch.
Well, there's epigenetics. I'm sure that's how you engineer switches.
I mean, there's a separation of cracks.
Okay.
Where this crack, it doesn't feel good because you're doing a crack over and over and over again, and it's overworking the bone.
Dude, this is another quote you don't want me to take out of context. What are you doing to a crack over and over again, and it doesn't feel good in that crack? Okay.
There's good cracks and there's bad cracks. And you don't want to get stuck doing the bad ones. Because I understand, like, I like cracking my fingers. Annie, I'm sure you could agree. Right? Like cracking,
Yeah. The only one I don't like is when my jaw pops.
it's like that over and over and over again. So I just don't try to flex my toes because it's like a painful crack.
Well,
Anyways,
I think you have some problems. You need to go to a podiatrist. There's something going on with your feet.
I don't know. It's been like this since I think I've known this for at least 10 years.
I mean, mine pop a lot, but maybe not that much, and it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Yeah, maybe you
toes
need to get the
popping.
genetics to jump 10 feet tall and fix that one.
Yeah, I was like, okay, how do we get here? Oh yeah, yeah, I'm jumping through the roof.
No, let's not. We don't need to go back. The conversation was getting too
Well,
OI. We don't need to go back.
Why not?
Anonymous learner had another thing to say, but the qualities don't pass on to the next generation in such a straightforward manner.
Right.
Like Elon Musk's kids aren't the next Elon Musk.
Right. But I mean, how much are your parents?
Hell if I know.
You're technically a mixture of them both, with like a very small percentage of the mutations, aren't you? But you're just like a random spaghetti of both of them.
Yes. Genetically speaking, you are like a 50-50 split, but personality and qualities, how are those passed on?
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying too. I don't think toe cracking is part of genetics, but maybe.
Ups has theories. They got their family. They did one picture once on family genetics that, oh, maybe my mom or my grandpa has it, and so I have it. Or there's just genetic with race theory.
We have a feet thing in my family. Like everyone
That's
everyone
going to get
in my
taken out
family
of
is the same.
context.
Wait,
same
no, I
foot
want to
shape.
hear about this. Wait, what's
Yeah,
the
no, we
feet
all have the
thing?
same foot shape. Like everyone in my family has the same foot shape.
And it's a different foot shape than what's
It's a
normal?
different foot shape than the rest of the population. Yes.
Like, what's different about it?
Oh, we need feet
I don't even
pics
know.
next time.
I've never noticed it. It's like my mother notices it.
Your mother
It's
notices.
her ex's
So
family. Yeah, it's her ex's family, and she sees their feet and she notices it. And it's known. It's well known. Everybody knows about it. Apparently.
I don't have. It's well known. Well, maybe you
I
could
have
jump
no
10
idea
feet
what the
high with
difference
it.
is,
Maybe you
but
could
it's
jump 10 feet high with those feet.
No. Well, maybe with the right genetics.
With the right genetics, it'd be those
Well,
feet.
Russ has these really long toes, and there's like balls on the end. Like it looks like a tree frog, kind of.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Does he have web toes?
No, he's
Does
just got long ones.
anyone else in his family have that too? His twin?
I have never seen his twin with his shoes off. I've only met him in person a few times. Yeah, whenever Russ goes to visit his twin, I don't get to go.
I think that's like
Me.
one of my circles for social friendships when I'm working out my social friendships is have I seen them without their shoes on?
Wait, what is this working out social friendships? What are you talking about? Do you write like diagrams with social?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, imagine the circle and this bigger circle and the bigger circle. Like, there's the outer layers of friendships and then like acquaintances. I don't.
So
You
how
know,
deep is the feet? How deep is the feet?
It's a pretty deep one because it's like friendship level of deep. Like, how many? Who are the people in your life? I was just thinking about it, like, I've never made that categorization, but people in my life that I've seen without their shoes on and socks on, and I've seen their feet.
Okay, we're deepening the relationship.
And you think about it, and it's a lot of people that are close to you.
It's deepened.
It's in there.
What happens when you go to the pool?
They're like comfortable and relaxed. Maybe you've seen them in their pajamas. Maybe they went into the bathroom and you heard them pooping. It's a different level of intimacy.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you do see feet at the pool and you do see feet at the beach, but you don't remember those people's names, right?
That's an interesting way to categorize things with SI again. That's interesting.
I had a feeling you'd be like, oh, what you're doing there and what you're thinking is interesting. Whatever. But no, yeah, I'm thinking people in the feet. And like I just heard it because Annie said it and it just like triggered my thought.
Before we were talking about like the categories of hurricanes and if you'd be worried about somebody. And now we're talking about the circles of people who have seen you without your shoes on or like seen your feet.
Oh yeah. Because I'm trying to sell feet pics. And I want to make sure I just get not going.
Oh, I got it in reverse. I thought it was if you saw my feet, then
I got good
then I
feet.
went deeper. Then I went deeper in your circle. But it's yeah, that makes more sense. It's the other way around.
No, it's both. I mean, I considered it what you said the first way, and then now considering it the other way, where people have seen my feet, how close are they to me? Yeah, it's the same thing. It goes both ways for sure.
Okay. So what's the inner circle? What's the
I don't know. It's not like this was an organized thing. It's like there's already an
Yeah.
organized structure, and this is like, throwing it in there and seeing what comes back.
There's
Like
probably a better way to
running a query.
categorize.
It's like
who's
running
close
a
to you.
query. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Running a
Throwing it in the
query
pool.
in the SI, systemized data structure. You ask it a question, you get a response. Right?
Okay.
It's like an AI. That's probably how AI is made.
So I assume you're straight. We're just gonna assume that. And so if you saw a dude's penis, how deep is he in the circle?
Oh, that's okay. We're assuming I'm straight.
I mean,
that is.
that
Wait,
could
what?
happen in the locker room, though. I mean, that happens,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to compare sizes, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm okay. That's so bad. I don't like the data I'm gathering. It's bad data. It's like, bro.
I've seen my brother's penis before, so he flashed me one time.
Yeah, it's been people that I know, people close to me for sure.
So
but
that's pretty deep.
do you count the internet?
No. That's not real. That's pixels.
Yeah.
Unless you feel the same about pixelated feet, I don't know.
I mean, you're right. It's not closer. It's not closer than there's more people for feet than there are for the penises. So I'd say penis are closer.
Okay.
What happens if I send you a picture of my foot after the stream? Do we become friends now, or
Yes.
can I show you my one toe that's longer, my middle toe that's longer than all my other toes on my one foot?
And if you show it cracking, it's automatic friendship.
Yeah,
I'll
you gotta
take a video so you can hear it.
No. I mean, I'm friends with most people just off anything. If you send a foot picture, even I'm gonna think you're a weirdo, but even better.
Oof.
So what about what about cleaning somebody's ear?
I've never cleaned someone else's ear.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, what? I mean,
I
the
used to do
closest
that
thing
as a kid. I used to do that as a kid.
you
I
cleaned
liked
other
doing that.
people's ears.
Yep.
What? Whose ears did you clean?
Well,
What-
my oldest brother, I would do it. It was always oily, so it was disgusting. So I was like, I gotta clean this up, man.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be like your brother. I mean, unless it's like you're a doctor and you do the ear cleaning thing. That's the only situation I can see. Or you're the fucking annoying uncle that fucking gives you wet willies, and you can call that cleaning your ear.
No, that doesn't count.
How did you clean people? Do you use tools?
I don't. No, I don't remember. I was a kid, so I think I probably just used like a Q-tip, and then I would like get water and try to like go on the. It wasn't on the inside of the actual ear duct or whatever. It was just on like the internal weird, whatever that part's called. All the weird mazy stuff on the exterior.
Yeah.
But also, my the other brother, he gets these horrible. He doesn't take care of his skin, and he gets these horrible like giant blackheads. Like we're talking, some of them are so big that they've created like a bridge of skin where the blackhead goes underneath, and somehow the skin is going over, but it's disconnected. It's weird. Anyway, it's disgusting.
I have
I
have a problem with my skin, at least on my ear. I had to put this medicine on it because it chafes and it dies. And yeah, I just put some dermatology medicine on it, and it's better.
It does what?
It stings a little bit, but it's like the ear is always like I don't know how to describe it. It's always like peeling off. It's always like dead skin is always coming off, and so yeah, I just kind of put it on there to help slow down that process.
You're talking about in the inside of your ear, right?
Yeah, it gets dry.
Yeah, I have that too, actually.
Yeah, I know. I put this medicine on it, and it's great. It helps
Yeah,
out.
Grandma has this weird ointment for something, and she told me to put it in my ears, and then it really
Yeah,
helped with it.
I got it from my mom. See, generational qualities. This is what passes down between the generations. You know, this isn't that like a personality quality. It's like it's an SI. Where it's like I got it from my grandma. I got it, but like it's just a random thing. It's not that actually like that.
Do you have big ear canals as well?
Do I have big ear canals? I don't know.
What about if the circle was people you dream about?
Oh.
I like that one better.
Well, I have that circle tracked. That's okay. No, yeah, close. I mean, close. I don't. You have to compare it with a different circle.
For me, that's a really big circle. So
Yeah, it's a big circle because there's a lot of random people. I can't do anything about it. It's like
Or also like how what about the
it's like
numbers
how
of times
often.
you dream, or like how
Yeah.
often? Yeah, exactly.
That's where I was. Yeah, the consistency rating of it. Yeah, because there's definitely some people that dream of more than others.
hmm yeah, they might be closer, or maybe not. Maybe it's just some person for whatever reason you have more dreams about them because you're curious, or there's like missing information, or you're processing them in some way, even though you don't know them that well.
And what about like someone you knew like really, really well? Does it like reverse and then you just don't dream about them anymore at all?
Mm,
Or no?
mm.
It's a split.
Yeah, I don't dream about Russ as much, but I still dream about him a lot. He's so close to me.
Do you dream about his feet?
No,
Darn.
not that I remember. No.
No, there's a lot of people that are close to me, and most people are in the dreams, but there's some people that I just never dreamed about, and like they're the same distance.
hmm
So
Yeah, this
I
is
don't know.
interesting.
Maybe people who play an archetype more in your life are dreamed about more when that archetype is needed
hmm
to
Yeah,
represent something.
yeah. Like I think that's a good point. Like, I definitely noticed coming in with typing, you look at people, and then you get like that type, and it's that type. Like that's the type for that type, and then you start seeing that type over and over and over and over again, and you can only see the original type, among
Boxes.
the stacked, the boxes, the freeze. I call them like freeze frames almost, but it's like there's a personality in your school that you grew up with that's that type, and you go to learn about it, and it's like the ESFP or the ENFP or whatever. It like it gets stuck in your head, and that could possibly translate over to dreams, and that those people would be in your dreams more often
Mm.
because they're at like the upfront of the box, right? They're the first association in your mind. The association test. There you go. That's like NEFE. I think that's right, or just any making the associations. It's like what is the order of associations, right? Between like the first person of that type and the last person. If people are able to see that pattern well enough, because people like it's just like there's some my sister's in ESFP, and she's the same type as Paris Hilton, if you know Paris Hilton. And I like showed her pictures of Paris Hilton and other videos of other ESFPs, and she's like, I can't see it. And she's like the most stock ESFP. I can't see it. So maybe you just can't. Some people just cannot see the pattern. It just like doesn't exist in their brain. But like these archetypes do exist, yeah, and they translate into dreams through some people. So I think you're right. That was a good thought, Benjamin. There you go. You
My
get the
dreams
credit.
are so all over the place. I don't know if I process it like that. And I don't think I've ever thought about like this circle thing we're talking about. I don't think I've ever thought about
Circle.
friends
Everyone's
being
thought of the
like-
circle. Like I don't know. There's been lectures about this in church. It's always. It's just like working on the DE. You could understand it through an OP lens. It's like how do you categorize your DE? How do you do the blast? It's like organize your tribe. You have people that are part of your immediate family, and then you have friends and acquaintances, and then strangers. It's just like know your tribe. And the circle
how-
thing.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Here's how my tribe is organized. You have right at the center, you have me, and then everywhere else you have the rest of the tribe.
Okay, that's not true. This is not true.
It's
You
not
don't
true.
believe me?
Joking.
Here, here.
I have no idea about your life, but maybe that's how it works. It's just that's the only two. You got two circles.
Well, I mean, I guess like you can look at us as some kind of crystalline structure in some way, and we are sort of stuck in some kind of place in our life and path, and then a lot of the tribe members are going to hold you in that as well, and so then you can see the circles of like what's holding you in that more too.
Yeah, maybe yeah, processing hierarchies. It's just like a hierarchy of people in your life. Right? It's more like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the center, and then there's a circle around me that has my dogs and my partner, and then there's a bigger circle that's my sister and brother-in-law, my mom, and then there's like internet friends.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that makes
Yeah.
more sense to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get it. You get the circle of just look at it. Look at friendship circles or whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure it's a well-known concept.
But do you ever just wish that everyone could just be in that closer circle?
Oh no, that'd be too
Absolutely
draining.
not.
I think that I'm seeing something with the FIFE here, where there's a difference in how we're processing the circles.
Maybe that is yeah, because it's I feel like with something with FE is I'm trying to process other people's circles. And FI is I'm trying to process my own circle. It's just me and everybody else.
Or just circles in general. Like, what is this?
What is a
yeah.
circle? What am I
Not,
defining
not
as
my
a circle?
circle. Yeah, not my circle.
We need Hank in here to give us some clear definitions on these circles. 'Cause I'm trying to imagine how it would
You've got to
be.
define rituals first, and then definitions.
Is this the IP side? It's I compare myself to Hank, and then I imagine the work he did, and I imagine that paper he did. I'm like, okay, how would my idea that I'm trying to say work on that paper? Okay, I gotta define definition first. Let's start there, and so move on from there. But what are you defining as a circle? Pi r 2 pi r. I don't know.
I feel like when we're saying circle, we're more talking about distance in terms of relation and value of relation.
Right. There's a Pareto principle on this where 20% of people in your life give you 80% of that connectivity, and then it also works the other way around. That 80% of people in your life only give you 20% of that.
Why can't we make it
how math
100?
works,
That's what I'm saying. Let's make it 100.
It's so that circle is that 20%. You got a 20% circle and an 80% circle, something like that.
Yeah, 100 doesn't sound good. I wish there was more people in my inner circle, or I felt like I was part of an inner circle in a way that I imagine other people do, have bigger circles. But
Yeah.
but I don't. 100% sounds awful. I don't have the capacity for that.
It sounds
But
like
if
everyone's
you-
just banging on your door asking you for stuff.
But if you just imagined it, if you imagined having that capacity, it sounds great, right?
No.
It sounds like
I
I'm
also
an
think the
EJ.
way that you're drawing circles are just arbitrary ideas as well. It's not like real circles. It's let's
There's
do
re-
this criteria.
What do you mean?
I mean, seeing people's feet. That's an arbitrary circle. That's
No,
not a real circle.
I'm saying there's real
Yeah.
circles. There's real.
Yeah, there's
graph
probably
of it.
real circles. Yeah. There's probably
And
more real criteria.
I'm basing it off of those, right?
Yeah.
It's based off of those, and then these arbitrary any ideas they come in, and they're taking data from those circles, right?
So what if all circles were
compiling it.
just arbitrary then? Why are some real? What if they're
Yeah, I
all
wanna know more
arbitrary?
about
Just
the
some
real
are
ones.
It's about the
Yeah.
value. It's about the value
Right.
of it, right? It's
some are
about
more
the-
useful utility.
right.
But where does the value part come in? Is it just your value? Is it other people's value? Is it just all in your head?
And then what about collectives? You know how there's collective consciousness and collective behaviors and things like this. So what if what you're talking about is like the circle you're connecting to is this collective where you're like a whole, an entity.
Right. There's that quote where it's like you're the closest of the five closest people around you. Like that's in that close.
No, that's not what I meant.
No, but I know you meant it more generally. But I feel that general thing happens on a specific level with the people that you interact with daily in your life.
Yeah.
So like that, you're becoming collectively unconscious with what you are engaging with. So, right?
You
And so
can
it's
see the
like,
circles really easily in like the military too. Like the hierarchy structure gives you circles. Like you have people in your unit, and like if you need to get a job done or accomplish something, then you do it together. It's like these are real kind of circles where then you have other units that have their own circles, and then there's like a bigger circle that encompasses like several units together. So it seems kind of like a hierarchy of yeah, a decision hierarchy.
yeah, that is one way of interpreting it. I think I was interpreting it a little bit through more like the drama circles. Like you got friend zoned. Like that's a circle. You know, you get pushed to the outer layer of that girl's
Right. So
circle.
then what if there was a hierarchy there too then? Because if like it seems to be a hierarchy mechanic.
It just feels like you're playing on a battlefield with someone. Where it's like you start on the outside. How do you make your way in? Yeah, I guess that's what I'm processing. It's like where am I? And I'm trying to figure out that DE. I think that's what I'm trying to process.
So is what we're talking about here is we have a circle of everybody that we come in contact with, and then we're just sitting here talking about different circles we could draw around all of our people.
But you're part of circles of people that you didn't come in contact with too. Like you're part of your state. You didn't come in contact with everyone in your state, but that's a circle.
Well,
yeah. Now we're talking about a different.
It's more. Oh god, you're taking this like more deeper than it had to be. It's just like
I think we were talking social circles, right?
He's getting down to like a deeper.
No, that is a social circle. Your state is a social circle.
He's getting down to like the.
It's like.
Like the social circle of who you're directly in contact with is what I think the criteria that was
direct. Yeah, but like your direct contact is your connections. Like every neuron in the brain can't be connected to every other neuron in the brain, but it is through other neurons, right? There's like degrees of connections, and then that's how you get a whole brain. So like a circle doesn't need to end with the people you're in contact with, like friends groups. Friends groups is like a circle of people who all have each other in the same circle.
Yeah, coming on here is a circle.
Right. But then like the fact that one person is really close and has a little friends group with someone else means that you're indirectly connected to them. You're part of a greater circle.
The Venn diagram.
Isn't this all just entropy?
No, maybe.
Entropy? Everything's entropy, so yes. I could intuitively slap that on. I could clump that.
Not everything is entropy.
I think it's me just processing DE. Just trying to organize my tribe in my head in some way.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know where we're at right now, but that's how I took it. Is you were just looking at your tribe and figuring out where the circle of feet picks fit in. You know, like who's part of the feet pick circle.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't like the idea. I don't like the initial circles and having to actually organize it. I like thinking about it in a funny way, like their feet or whatever.
Because what you're doing is then you get to apply any criteria to it, right? So you're like, who's seen me eat a banana in a very sexually suggestive way, and then you get to draw that circle.
Yeah, it makes thinking about the tribe in a more lighthearted manner.
I don't think I have that circle.
Yeah,
I don't try to take it seriously. You know,
I approach
try to see what my mind.
opposite.
Yeah, it's more like I'm trying to test my mind.
I take
see
it
like what it
very
comes up
seriously.
with.
I gotta go do the dishes. What should we expect for next Thursday?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Are you still gonna do this every Thursday?
Yeah, until something changes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go do the dishes.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Nice seeing y'all. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye, Annie. Good seeing you.
We got 2 TI.
We got 2 DI. Yeah.
2 TI. Yeah. Too much TI.
Too much
Is that what it
logic.
was?
Yeah.
Well, I don't
too
know.
much
She's got to
TIing
do
the FD.
dishes. I don't think dishes is TI, right?
Dishes is why I didn't join the stream earlier.
Right. Like I know Annie's a mature human being, right? Compared to my roommates, but dish.
No.
I don't hear FIs
Annie's still
saying, I
here.
like to do the
Annie
dishes.
didn't leave. She's still here. But I mean, she's got to do dishes. Yeah. But I think we're still, regardless of Annie, doing too much TI.
That's okay.
There's
I mean, I
never-
started talking a little bit more like
It's
20 minutes
it's
ago.
fine.
So I know I bring in the TI myself.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's amusing to me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting the way we took that one.
I was gonna say, I feel like whenever Dave starts a conversation, he just comes in with like, I feel like I would describe it as like, in like fireworks where you get like 5 different colored smoke bombs, and then you put like those annoying ones that screech and like make the thing shoot up, and then you also get like a bunch of firecrackers that like fling out at everybody watching, so everybody has to like jump and move, and he just like comes in and it's just, everything goes everywhere.
Learn from this, Dave. When you want to have a conversation, don't start it with screeching. We've heard your screeching. We don't like your screeching. Come on, man. Get to the pop. We want to hear the pop.
No, we want to see the pretty colors.
There you go. It's just funny because
Anyway.
how much of that sounded like an insult. Saying like when you start like when you want to start a conversation, it's like one of those squealers.
It was made as like it could be taken as an insult or not, so it can be taken anyway. I don't care. That's up to you to decide.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
I was saying that what I said about you coming in and it being like the fireworks could be taken anyway, and I'm not here to explain how it's supposed to be taken.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you can be insulted, or you can take it as a compliment.
Well, I'm feeling like a bitch today, so I'm gonna be insulted.
No.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I know. I Chaos Monkey. I get it.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was fun. That was a fun conversation, I thought, anyway.
That's why I try to like chill and relax and not reply, because I know if when my brain gets going, it gets going. I'd rather like chill and consume or do play Blast.
That makes sense. That's kind of what I've been seeing with you, and I feel like sometimes if you see the conversation, if it's getting too like samey, I'm feel like you just gotta jump in. And
I got a custom. I'm a disruptor. Yeah. I thought of the NI Reggie thing, conversation that happened like maybe a month ago.
I think I remember that one.
Oh, did you blow that one up?
No, I just complained about. I was making TI faces. I was making like, why are you guys still talking about this kind of face? And like they asked me about it, and I was just, it's just so boring. Like it's too much the same.
Yeah.
They're talking about NI, which is like the same function. And Reggie just an observer, and observers generally piss a decider off because they want to talk about the thing so much. I'm like, okay, that's great.
I don't mind. I just want to.
Yeah, man, the AI.
It's not. I feel like it's specifically when in OP, it's like you could see it happening.
I feel like I don't like it when it's not making some kind of progress.
I feel like I realized it too late. This is my sleep last energy. Like it hits me too late. Like yeah, I'm listening. I'm like honestly like trying to help him with the thing, and then like it goes on for like a couple of years, and I'm like, wait, the thing solved. Never. Why are we still like? I thought we would be able to like, solve the OP system, and then it's like, oh no, we got a long time waiting. Whatever.
So are you talking about how like the observers come and like complain about things like with no resolution to it? They're just coming to complain about it. Like,
I don't want to pick on the no resolution side of it. Like that's fine, because like I get like I also don't resolve the people problem.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's like the energy and it's the state about it, because I feel like that
Like
my
the
DI,
bitching?
my DI is on it. No, it's not the negative side. It's the fact with demon. It's hard to describe demon FE. When someone else is in a positive and happy emotional state, that makes me angry. Like sometimes that's how demon FE. Like I don't want the other person to be happy. Like it's like they should be not happy about this thing. I've actually processed this all on the stream before. This is so sleep last on me. I processed I've already sorted this out on stream before. Where
What,
is
what was
I
your
got a little
conclusion?
lost.
Do you
where our
remember?
conclusion is just like it's FE appropriateness, and I have a weird time solving that by myself and
Oh,
resolving
okay,
that.
yeah.
Where it's like
Well,
people
you
are
can't,
being
can you?
people are being happy about something that they should not be happy about. They're supporting something, and then like that just comes up, and it just sounds like a bad phrase. It just sounds like a bad thought. But once you process it a little more, it's like, okay, I get where this thought's coming from. I've actually processed it.
That
And
Is
now I'm
anyone
like,
actually following Dave right now? I have no idea what
I
you're
think
talking about. Yeah.
I think I'm following him. Yeah.
yeah,
What's
you
the
weren't
what?
following. The what was
What are you
a
talking
couple
about?
streams ago. We talked about this concept. I don't remember. It was maybe a month ago. And we talked about how, like, is it okay? Like, why am I? We're talking about like FE. Like, is FE just happy to see other people happy? We're like, no. Like, why we're processing these moments where we see FE looking at other people and being angry that they're happy. Like, why do I feel anger that I'm feeling this way? And we realize we just process like the logic of that, and it's you're angry at someone for being happy. I know what's the what. Oh my god, I just categorize things so fast. The words. I need a what here.
Do you see like the FI people? Do you get angry when the FI people are doing their weird FI
I remember.
things?
I do remember a what a sensor was like when people doing drugs, like they're getting high and they're being happy for reasons when I care about them and I don't want them to do these things that harm them in their future.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So it's not a jealousy thing. It's a it's a
It's a
concern.
loving thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Because like
Okay.
you can also hate someone's guts and see them happy and just boils your blood, right? There's that
Right.
too.
things get political.
Right.
So is this right, Dave? Where you're saying like when somebody is having an inappropriate emotional state to like the circumstance, and you're looking at it, and you're like, this is the wrong. They're doing the drugs. It's harming
That's a
them.
good way to frame it.
This is the
Yeah,
wrong
that's a good way to
emotional
frame it.
state.
I think that is one way to frame it. It's what Benjamin said, like you hate somebody's guts, and it's the inverse effect. So when they're happy, you're angry, then the other way around. When you're happy, you make them angry.
Yeah, I
Good.
feel that stuff too.
I don't think I've ever really experienced that too much, where I'm happy or angry that other people are happy. I usually just don't care. I feel like.
Yeah,
you seem to default to just thinking that, oh, they're idiots anyway, so why does it matter?
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm
yeah.
just like,
maybe
why?
I could process it one way this way, where I have to do the TI before the FE, right? And so I think that I have to be right before I have to be like let the emotions out and be happy about something. I got to be right
Yeah.
first. And so when I see other people being wrong and then expressing their emotions, like, no, you're doing it the right. You can't do that. You got to do it right. You know, I think so. I just think people are stupid. I think that's where I get to. I think people are dumb.
Yeah.
And I am a person, so I'm also dumb. But so I see
People are
myself doing
dumb.
this too. Like,
All of the people besides yourself are in fact stupid.
no, I mean I don't. People are smarter than I presuppose them to be.
I have the
Dave,
opposite problem. I presuppose that everyone's smart, and then I just get a shock every time. I'm like, oh shit, you're not
Yeah,
smart.
exactly. Like it's the expectation that they're gonna be like
Right.
smart individuals. It's like every day because it's like I just woke up and I'm feeling to do some smart things today, but then it's like other people did not wake up with that same motivation.
I get that same feeling where if somebody like they know a lot about let's say there's somebody who's out here and they like know a lot about programming and I'm like, oh, you must be smart because I don't know about programming. Then I go and talk to them and they're like, yeah, so I went to the gas station and I actually put the diesel gas in my car, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're dumb. No.
Oh yeah, it makes me think about like even specialization. Like, I get it's like their specialization, your specializations, or like don't talk about my special because you could sound really smart in your specialization, but then you go in and try to do something else. Like everyone has them. It doesn't matter if you're a specialist or not. It doesn't matter. It's like
Yeah, your area. Yeah.
try to talk about something outside of an OI box. You can't. It's like
We had a secretary. I'm sure I've told this before, but we had a secretary who was working for 3 years in like road stuff and converting meters to kilometers. And then after 3 years, she just wakes up one day. She's like, "How many meters are in a kilometer?" It's like, what? You've been working with this stuff for 3 years, and you don't know how many meters are in a kilometer? I don't know. That for me, that was a big shocking moment. Like, what?
that was a big moment in like humanity's downfall. He saw what the world truly was. Never could unsee it.
I got another news story from my week that I forgot about, and I gotta get the FE opinions here.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
I went into work. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, maybe it was yesterday. It was either yesterday or the day before. And there's where I work is it's rented out from another building that has a whole bunch of people they rent out to. But they have like their own section of the building. They're called vital services. They're something for special needs people. And there's a like receptionist reception desk lady. And her name is Jessica, and she's been there for at least a year or so, if not more. And I say hi to her every day. I never have any more conversation because that sounds boring, but I would say hi every day. So I walked in yesterday, I think, and I said hi, and then she said, "How are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm doing good. How about yourself?" And then she like pointed down, and then she looked like she was starting to cry. So I walked over to her, and I was like asking her what's the matter or something like that. I think I asked her what was the matter, and she said that like work was really hard and really tough. So she was crying, and I said, "Okay." I didn't know what to do with the situation, so I was just like, "Well, some people like hugs." So I was like, "Hey, you need a hug?" And she was like, she started kind of moving my way, so I went over and I gave her a hug, and then I'm like, I'm ready to get out of here because I'm like, I don't want to deal with your crying right now, but you know, I'm just trying to make you feel good for the moment and move on. I want to go do my work, man. I just want to go do my work.
And people like hugs. I'm gonna give you a hug.
Yeah. So I just said, well, whatever's going on, you know, you take care of yourself. So that I walked away after that. And then I was walking around the building. I usually go for a walk every so often because I sit at a computer all day, so I don't want to be sitting 100% of my time. I was going for a walk around the building, and I walked by the desk like right as she I guess another guy walked by, and he asked her how she was doing, and she said she wasn't doing good, and then she said she just quit right then and there. And so then Jessica was like, these people here, they treat you like fucking shit, and then she just walked out. So
wow,
it was an interesting scenario, and I would like to think that me telling her to take care of herself led her to quit. I hope that's the case, but I don't know.
No, she never came back. She walked out.
You hope that's the case?
Yeah, because she shouldn't be at the job. It's not fitting her, obviously.
Oh.
And was she crying because of the job not fitting her?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, because the people, I don't know what the people there are like, and maybe she's just overly sensitive. I don't know, but it sounds like they're like really demanding and like picky about protocol kind of stuff. Is kind of the vibe I get. I don't know, but.
And who was she? She's just some girl that wasn't good at her job.
She was a receptionist lady. So I don't know all of what she did, but she opened up the front door for people. So yeah.
She gave people water and took their sign in, sign out times.
I don't know about that. I don't think so.
I think you handled the situation great and stuff, but there's things about the situation that make me uncomfortable, and I don't know how to decide on the people parts of it with like the quitting and stuff, and like, is she just being an idiot and overreacting, or is
probably
everyone else actually the problem? And
I think I don't think anything you could have done. Like, yeah, it sounded like she was quitting. It sounded like she was quitting, like from the beginning. Like I don't think you could have changed her decision. It's not like she was already quitting, and that's why.
And that's how I saw it. Is I was just hoping to like push her over the edge of like just quit already. Like
Just do
obviously
it.
you don't want to be here. Yeah. So I'm like, well, take care of yourself. I didn't imply that meant quitting, but she could take that however she wanted. Which if I gave her permission, maybe she's DE. I don't know. But if I gave her permission, then I hope she did it because of me.
If I did that, I feel like I'd feel bad because then I caused the situation to happen.
Nah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I got two things on that. The first one is what you did to her is similar to what you were doing with your dad, maybe in some way, where like you were being there for her, in the same way that like she could have considered you a friend more than you consider her a friend. You didn't want to be there, but you were still there, as if you did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the second one is, what if like she needed someone to encourage her, and like she was really just not really good at her job, and people were hard on her because she was sucking, and she needed to stick with it a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. That's just my question.
So I have a little bit more data on her than just this interaction. There's another lady I work with that talked with her often, and I know two other people in the office who are more friendly than me and talked with her often. And the lady, Adrian, I know her super well, and she had like gotten her coffee at one point in time when she came in, and had like been there talking with her for like half an hour and encouraging her. So I know that she got some of that.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit more data to the story, I suppose. I feel like from what I saw, it's like she had people around her who were to some degree encouraging her. So she had that part of it.
You think she was the quitting type?
She worked there for at least like a year or two.
Oh yeah.
So it kind of struck me as like I think you just need to move on. That's kind of my grasp of the situation. I don't know though.
Yeah, I'm just more worried like if she moves on, she'll go to like a worse job where she's not going to grow, and like, or was it really the job was bad? Because I can believe that too, you know, or was it like she wasn't living up to expectations? Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Well, and there have been a couple of other interactions I've had with her where she had given a key to somebody who was an intern at the office, not that I work directly with, but they happen to just be there where I work. And it's a teenage girl. And so then she was given a key to the building, or it's a fob. It's an electronic fob thing. And so then Jessica told me she hadn't been using the key for the front door. And it sounds like there's some kind of protocol where if you have a key, you should be using the key. But then if you don't have a key, Jessica's supposed to let you in. It's super weird and stupid. And then she was explaining how she would get in trouble if she let somebody in who's supposed to have a key, I guess. So like, to me, that sounds like there's some kind of weird over controlling protocols going on, but maybe she's just misunderstanding. I don't know. This is the interesting part about the conversation is like, there's no way to make a moral judgment on it because I just don't have enough information.
She didn't know how to navigate, the people stuff. Like, she couldn't tell people no. She wanted to be nice to them and let them in. They didn't have a key, right? Even if they had the key, like, even if they had the key, she just wanted to be nice and help them out. Sounded like more like a 4 thing.
I mean, she always knew the people that had keys, and she wouldn't let them.
Or didn't know how to say no. Yeah, or she didn't know how to say no to them and let them down. Something like that. Some people issue she was having. Yeah, she couldn't say no to the people that had keys. You know.
I don't know. I guess that's where I'm at. Is just there's no way to. I don't know. I don't have enough information.
Like if you were told those rules, would you have any trouble being like, no, use your key? I'm not opening the door for you.
No.
Yes.
Right. There. That's the yes.
I would.
Yeah. So it sounds like she's like that. It's hard for her to navigate that.
it's like, you know, the person, they got to do their job, and it's like, it's a hassle. This protocol isn't helpful in this situation, so just let them in, but then you're going to get in trouble. And if you don't let them in and they think there's no reason why you shouldn't, then they get all mad at you. And
well, for me, it's always been like, if I know I'm breaking a rule, I'm like, what I would like not say, but I'd be like internally how I feel about it is like, well, yeah, don't be a bitch. Just eat the side effects of it if you're going to break the rule. Otherwise, don't break the rule, you know? But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, she sounds decider. Or 4, or both.
Yeah, it could be a huge combination of them all. But all I know is I gave her a hug, and hopefully that was good.
Yeah, hugs are good. Those
Yeah, I
are
feel like
great.
hugs are just universally good unless you're one of the few people that don't like them.
That's true. Some people don't like hugs. Weird
I
idea.
process this sort of thing every time I go into work and someone's in front of me and they hold the door open for me, that I'm supposed to, like, you're not supposed to hold the door open for people. And I'm like, well, I can't just like wait out here for the door to close because they're holding it for me. And then there's other people where they're like behind me, and I'm like, well, I can't just slam the door on them. I hate it so much.
At my job, I don't even have to worry about that, and I just slam the door on them. I like see them coming to the front door from like the parking lot, and I like try not to make eye contact, and I just try to like scoot in real quick so I don't have to bother talking with them or holding the door open.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it.
Could you ever do that, Dragon Neck?
What?
Do what he did? Would you ever do that?
Whenever I see someone coming and I think there's enough distance, I'll walk fast enough to where I can like open
There
and
you
like squeeze in fast, and then I don't have to worry about it. They probably aren't even paying attention, and I don't have to worry about it.
That's the worst part is all the people in the building are super friendly. So they will try to make eye contact as far away as possible and say hi or something. So I gotta get real down low and like stare at the ground, and I'm like, I'm just introverted, man. I don't even see you over there.
Laser eye you from
That's
across the
worst
hall.
part. The worst part of your building is the people are friendly. Okay.
Yes. Yes. I just want to go on a walk, and I don't want to make eye contact or talk with any of them.
You plan at like waving distance, like you have to wave like 15 feet apart. I feel like they wave like 30 feet apart, and you gotta keep waving at them.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean waving?
I just imagine like in a movie where it's like the super
Saying
nice,
goodbye.
the super
Waving
nice
goodbye.
like village you go through, and everyone's just like super friendly, but it's not that friendly.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably over exaggerating. It's probably not that friendly. There are some people that never talk to
Just
me.
the eye beam down. Yeah, just them.
But it's still the
laser
worst
eyeing
part.
you.
The friendly
Yeah.
people are the worst part of the building.
Yeah. The
People
friendly
looking
people
at
are the
you
worst
is
part.
like you don't want to see people's eyes. It's like you're happy all our cams are off because you know the eyes.
Oh no, I like making eye contact and then like ignoring them. I actually like that. I like staring at them, and I'm like, bitch, you won't look back, and then keep walking.
Oh, you do the fucking FI. Oh god.
Would it be better if they were all like criminals and wanting to take your wallet when you were coming in?
Well,
Yeah.
no, obviously not.
So
But maybe that
okay.
actually sounds kind of fun. That
It's
sounds
better
like
than
it would be very entertaining.
So friendly's better than that.
Maybe.
Okay. Let's check.
I mean,
with some-
would you want it like the Matrix? Like you want to get a phone call, like agents are coming after you in the office? Is that better?
Dude, as a kid, I used to play a game where everybody in the neighborhood would chase me, and I would run away from them and run through other people's backyards and stuff. So yeah, I'd
that
probably
is
be up
fun.
for that.
Games like that are fun. Running, just those are chaotic times. Ghost in the Graveyard. Is that what it's called?
Oh, I don't quite remember that one. But I've heard the name, but I don't remember what it is.
This is the game where you like chase around. You have people trying to tag other people, and you're running in the dark. Yeah.
Well, hey, so going back to the friendly part though, like the people so I'm talking about people that are outside of my actual work. These are people just in the building, but the people in my actual workplace, I'll talk with them. if I want to, if I like them. Like I'm on good terms with like my boss and my other boss and the older lady that comes in and like folds envelopes and stuff. I talk with them a lot, but so I'm not a complete asshole. 100%.
Oh, I thought you were.
Mostly. Yeah, I'm mostly probably like 98%. I'm not Dave. I'm not Dave.
Which
Dave, you strike the Dave that here. You strike me as someone who makes friends with all the people that gets in your sight and that you talk to. Is that true?
Not all the men.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You're a flirt, aren't you, Dave? Also, no confirmation there.
Was that English?
Yeah, I said you're a flirt.
Well, I didn't understand it.
I can't help it, man. What am I supposed to do, bro?
Only with the women. I see what's going on there.
We see the priorities.
Except for that one sister.
What? That one sister? What's that?
You're friendly with everyone except all the women except for that one sister.
Well, yeah, not my sisters I'm sisterly with.
You're sisterly with your sisters?
Are you
Wouldn't
gay?
you be brotherly with them?
Are you gay, sir?
I'm glad you know what I meant, brotherly. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm thoroughly embarrassed for messing up my
Why?
words once again.
Yeah, it's okay. It's dumb just to call people out on words. We know what you mean.
Well, it's entertaining, but
Well, people, you get corrected in the sensory
he's back.
really fast. You get corrected in the sensory.
It can be really annoying when people like won't give you any kind of like slack when you're getting all the words wrong, and they won't like they know what you mean, but they just won't let it go. And I'm like, I understand you remember all the words.
Yeah,
What's that?
We gave you some slack earlier too. You said, the way you said jumping 10 something high.
I didn't notice that.
Oh, you didn't
See,
notice that?
I don't even notice.
Right.
Well, I noticed idealize and idolize, but that wasn't him. No. We just questioned it. Yeah.
Idealize and idolize.
Yeah.
It's fine. I know I'm gonna screw it all up anyway, so it's not a big deal.
I've been having this thought for about a year now. From Lijo, because she was doing poker and she's saying like how quickly you get corrected in the sensory at the poker game she goes to.
Right, yeah.
Sounds
She
traumatizing.
used to watch this. She doesn't watch this stream anymore. We scared her away. She's back to playing poker, living out in the real world.
Yeah, she hasn't
But no,
uploaded
yeah,
in quite a while.
that's definitely been like sticking in my head. We're like, that's a good NI that she pulled out of that. Because you can't like correct people on the intuition. You could like try all you want, which is what I try to do, but you can't. You can only really correct people in the sensory, and it happens so fast. You do.
You can. Are you talking about in poker or just in general?
Well, it's like it's coming from poker, but like in general, like someone's words, like you can mess up. You know what they mean.
It takes more time to correct someone in the intuition. They have to be wrong. Eventually, they have to see it themselves. Yeah.
Right. Easier to see you're wrong if you're intuitive, right? Or no.
Yeah. It's harder to see if you're wrong when you're intuitive, making an intuitive guess. You got to wait. Like Dave makes a prediction. Dave Powers makes a prediction about like Bitcoin, how it's only this, and then like there's a crash the week later. I'm like, I hope you didn't put all your money into Bitcoin, Dave.
Yeah, it's bigger.
Yeah,
it's more weight.
That's like my mom talking about conspiracy theories and how there are tunnels under the world that the governments use to traffic children or something, and it's so hard to correct that stuff. It's like
yeah,
it's,
or like the card readers, the psychics. They just get intuitive from God, and like you can't really challenge them on it. Bashar channeling the alien.
You say something earlier, Dragon?
I don't remember. I don't know if it was something about you were talking about the conspiracy stuff, and I was thinking about all the things Grandma talks about and like the same sort of thing. She always likes talking about like the airports having the cities underground and all that stuff. That's a new one?
Yeah, I haven't heard that conspiracy.
You never heard about like the Denver airport in Colorado apparently having like a large city underneath it?
Mm-mm. It sounds like that movie, Us.
Yeah, it does. Oh, your example sounds more like that because it's like the tunnels and stuff, but yeah, I forget what's all of the ideas behind that. I think it's like probably like partly like a bomb shelter or something. I don't know.
I mean, for all we know, there could be a city underneath the Colorado airport, but with those conspiracies, if there's a data point like that, it's always like extrapolated out to be the weirdest thing of like aliens or the government
World
doing
ending.
genetic mutations on turning people into frogs or whatever. Yeah, turning the frogs gay, as Alex Jones says.
Yeah, anything that has like some kind of a prophetic connection in any kind of way, like the red heifers or something, she hops on that real fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like this red pill stuff too, with people are believing these patterns in the red pill thing. That I guess those patterns do exist, but they're not everything. They're just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
And
know
what are you defining as red pill? Just to make sure, because I feel like they're
what Hank talks about all the time, the red pill stuff.
Okay, so like Fresh and Fit and like Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah. No, they have some like a couple of good data points they usually peddle, but a lot of them are just out there.
But like when you go to check them in reality, people aren't like that. it's like I get you're an eye, I can understand you're an eye. You're like, I see what you're saying, but then I go and look at actual real people, and they're like, they're not. That's not what they are.
Yeah.
It's like a subset of people that are like that.
They take like the statistics on divorce or whatever, and then like extrapolate out what women are, and then like
right.
Yeah. It's crazy. I've listened to quite a bit of their stuff just for entertainment, and I'm just like, you guys are like you're partially wrong, and then you're just so off on so many things, where they just take the data and they just keep going with it, and
it just sounds so right though. Like when they're saying it just sounds so right and real. But like you go check reality, it's not real.
It's like correcting someone's intuition kind of thing. I feel like this is what I was thinking about when we guys were talking about that. And I mean, we say it's hard, but in like the same time, you just check life like you're saying, and you can see it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You can't though.
I mean, it's hard because it's like a perception issue.
Yeah, if you get stuck, if you refuse to see how it's wrong, you can make it look right no matter what.
Well, yeah, and then you also have the dad. Not dad. You have the bad data selection where you're just constantly looking for how your pattern is right, and you're never looking at what's wrong.
Yeah, that's why I said a subset. So there's a subset of people that they're right about, but it's a subset. It's not everybody. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I feel like they can do the same thing when you're trying to correct them on the sensory. Like sensing, people can treat the sensory the same way they're doing these intuitive ideas to convince themselves or prove themselves that they're right.
Yeah. And OP does the same thing too.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying OP does the same thing too. Like they bring
Yeah.
in examples of places where they saw it play out.
Yeah, so it's just like, it feels weird to try to distinguish like the difference between like, sensory issues are easier to prove versus intuitive issues, because it's just like all perception jumbled mess.
Well, you do have the data point, so like we can all agree right now that my shirt is blue. So like that's kind of what me and Ben were talking about, is like the Fraction Fit people, they have certain data on. It's been a while since I've checked in on them. Maybe you can help me, Ben, with what they usually cite, but they'll usually bring up things like divorce rates or whatever, and then they'll say like women.
Yeah, there's like that one, divorce rates amongst men and women, like straight couples and gay couples, and then like lesbian couples. And then they show that like the highest divorce rates are lesbian couples, and therefore women are all to blame in relationships.
Okay,
Like
thank you.
Yeah.
That's a good example. So taking
Yeah.
that, it's like we can all agree on the divorce rates, but what he's talking about is the intuition is the off part. So we can all agree that the data is wrong, assuming somebody collected it properly, which is another problem. But and assuming we have multiple people's eyes on it.
Right.
So many
But
problems.
Yeah.
from there, though, we can all agree on the. Assuming that's the case, we can all agree on the details. We can all agree my shirt is blue right now. But then you can go on to say, well, his shirt's blue because he's actually a Nazi and he's just trying to kill Benjamin, and then that's where the intuition comes in that you can't correct.
It's the interpretation of the facts, right?
Yep.
It can go any sort of way.
Yep.
I would say that your
the box.
camera
What
just
box
has a
you pick?
certain filter that makes your shirt look blue, but you're
Like
lying
one
to it.
lasagna box.
Yeah, that's why I said like assuming that it's the fact that we can verify. That's what I was saying before. Like assuming that's the case, which is another problem. You do have to get your facts right and make sure that they're coming from good sources.
Yeah, make sure they have their credentials.
I wouldn't even say credentials. Credentials only get you so far. That's the what is
No,
it?
if they're not, they need to have their credentials.
It's
I mean, I would almost want to look at that in another way. That one statistic, it's like, okay, so women initiate divorce, and there's divorce rates are higher in lesbian couples. Okay, so there's something. It's not the woman's fault. There's something genetically with women that they need something. They need something different. There's I wouldn't say it's their fault. I would say they're built in a certain way for something to happen. Like there's got to be some other purpose outside of, oh, it's their fault, because it can't be their fault. It's genetic.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, what are the reasons why for the divorces? Why? I get the data, but why do they happen?
We don't know, presumably.
Demon intuition.
Well, yeah.
We gotta make our guesses.
Yeah.
We need more
All
data.
kinds of reason. For every reason, doesn't matter. It's everything. You want to see?
Yeah,
the
but if we knew
distribution
the root cause, we could then ask.
Things don't always come down to a root cause, though. Sometimes it's a multi-factor.
That's what they're trying to do.
They're trying to say the root cause is women.
No, so they're saying like the root cause is hypergamy, where women will think they can do better than the men, and so then they'll try to level up by divorcing their man or something. Like they'll bring in some kind of idea like that to explain it.
Well, yeah, and I just remembered another data point that I'd bring up is that men have like historically had multiple wives, and therefore men shouldn't get married now, and that's
right.
An interesting line of thought too.
It's just like dating. It's like you're married multiple times. That's dating, but without all the marriage stuff.
Yeah.
Is that how we do it now? Evolution? Is that how it has transferred over time?
Maybe.
The dating scene has changed because of the internet. So there's
that's
that.
for sure. I mean, as far as I understand right now, what marriage is around, at least one of the reasons I can think of is so men don't men don't kill each other because they just have like the one wife and you don't touch my one wife kind of a thing. But I don't know, maybe that's not quite true.
Is it true that marriage really just came out of like religion?
I
No,
don't think so.
no, it shows up in lots of different cultures all over the world. It's a solution to a problem.
That's what I've heard.
A solution that
in
works to a
people
problem.
say.
Yeah.
Kid. Someone needs to take care of this kid. We have a problem. Someone needs to take care of the kid.
Yeah, there's that. There's also like the idea of marriage is also protecting people from, like, if you know someone's married, you don't like hit on them. They're already taken. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's
that's
that
what
as
I
well.
was trying to express. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a boyfriend. Like protection. The ring.
Wait, Dave, you do have a boyfriend? Are you good?
I think he liked. I think it was a good cracking sound. Something good with the crack.
I
Wait,
The banana. The banana eating.
I'm gonna like. I hope to. I'll let you in on my NI plan here. I'm gonna try to gaslight the community of people that come here into believing that you're gay, Dave. And I don't know if you actually are. I assume probably not. But we're gonna try to make you gay.
Oh God, help me.
All right, Dave. How are we gonna get him back? How are we gonna get him back? We'll talk. We'll talk. We got to get you a plan back. I like this rivalry. This is a good one.
Well, anyway, going back to the marriage thing, though. But yeah, it does seem to have something to do with the fact that men need to have, like, historically, at least as far as I know, men have been very possessive of wives. So it's like you want to keep a boundary around that, as far as where, like, I don't know, where they like who's off, who's in the limits and out of limits. Which makes me question: has there always been some form of like a wedding ring or something to like let you know that the woman is married?
No.
Does anybody have any data on that?
There's different symbols, and sometimes there's no symbols. Because like older times, you would be in a tribe and everyone would know who was married. You know, there's no point.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
And then there is also, did you bring this up, Ben? Raising children. There's the fact that children are a lot of work.
Yeah. You don't want to invest in a child that's not yours.
Yeah.
Genetically. Sure. Yeah, there's that side of it, but.
Well, I was also thinking on the reverse end, it's a system to keep the women from being stuck with a kid they can't take care of. It's a way to get the men sticking around.
Oh, right. To stick around. Yeah. To be devoted to, as well.
Yeah. So if you have the system of marriage in place, then the society's obviously going to shun the guy if he doesn't stick around.
Oh, that's why
I can see the Pharisee side of that. There's a Pharisee side there where it's like, okay, you stick around and you help me raise my kids and I won't sleep with anyone else.
Yep.
What a deal.
It's a prison, man.
How do you explain the people that are into that?
The common person, apparently. You're different if you do something else.
I would say though, like once marriage becomes an actual concept and thing in humanity, then you get people wanting to get married that aren't connected to that kind of thing. Like the gay couples, for example. Like I don't think that would have been their solution in the wild if there weren't straight couples getting married around them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you talking about like novelty? So like you wanted people are
Right.
attracted to the thing that is not the norm?
No, I mean like, okay, why would like the evolutionary side of it that we figured out, like the Pharisees thing, right? That basic thing. So that doesn't happen. Like there's no procreation in gay couples. So there's no worry about the offspring or any of that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Genetics, yeah.
Right. So that, like that, if like there was only, I like what we said where it evolves everywhere all over all different cultures. It's not like unique to a religion. It's like a solution to a problem. So like I don't think that would have evolved if like in the I'm trying to think of like an all women, the Amazonian tribes or whatever. So like I don't think they would have marriage there if they were all, you know what I mean? That wouldn't make sense. Yeah. But then like this all breaks down to if you look at something like the bonobos, who all just interprocreate, but they exist as a tribe and not as family units.
Huh.
Oh, so is it like a different kind of structure they conceptualize?
Yeah, different kind of structure. And so there they don't have marriage.
Weird.
And then there's like the natural thing. There's the vasopressin, right? That's the pair bonding chemical. So you have a few things like the classic ones, like the doves or whatever, that they bond for life. And it's just natural. Evolution made it built in. So we also have that as well. We have that hormone, the vasopressin.
But if that other tribe exists, does that just mean it doesn't control us to the degree of like doves?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it could just be kind of a anomaly, just a mutational anomaly or whatever, something like that. Oh, so I sent a video if somebody wants to watch a short clip.
Oh, here, I'll pull it up. You sent this one already.
Did I?
Yeah, or maybe I didn't show it because it's just horrible.
It's just horrible. Okay. Do you want me to go find another
You consume sucks. Don't consume ever again.
Yeah.
No, okay, I'll do it again.
Don't share what you consumed ever again,
I
Chris.
didn't watch it for more than a second because I just got it ready and then I forgot about it. But let's actually watch it now.
Wait. I thought you said it wasn't good. We don't have to watch it.
I just didn't like the look of this old man.
Oh yeah, no, it's a dude with the mask.
I just didn't like it. It was just like so. I just had to click off the second I saw it. But now I'm better. I'm better now. Like Demon Sensor, I'm like
Very clearly, man. Yeah.
Good.
Buddy, you gotta get off this website. You too fucking young.
The one who got an old man mask on. What?
My man, you are too young to be on here. So
Excuse me, I'm 13.
that's too young. Skedaddle off this website before I call your parents.
Do you want to talk to my dad?
My man, let me just tell you this. You 9 or 9.
I'll get my dad.
Yeah, go.
I will literally get my dad.
Go get your dad.
Dad, this guy wants to talk to you.
Hello, sir. My name is. Sir, I'm wearing a mask. My name is John Sakadorian. Your son is on a website that he is coming across genitalia pornography and people that would use his information to look him up. Please get your son off this website if you have a strength or even just an ounce of care for him, or if you have self-respect as a parent for just yourself. Get him off this website for the love of God.
Yeah, you need to be off that website, bro.
Okay.
WS.
Okay, wow.
I didn't expect that.
Okay.
There's a lot we could dissect there. Do you
Yeah,
want to start with the mask? Do we need to start there, Dave?
No, I'm past the mask. Mask is
You're
past.
past. Okay, well, what kind of type would the child have been? If
I don't get why the mask, but sure.
I don't get why
So
mask.
the guy does like a bunch of trolling on a Meckle or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought that
So
fight was
who knows
dead.
what-
Didn't that fight die and it's not?
It just
happening?
makes sense he has mask. Yeah.
Whatever he was doing, I'm pretty sure he's probably about to troll people. But then he saw a kid and he was like, "Whoa, get this motherfucker off here!"
Yeah.
Wondering why the kid like wanted to like show off and be like, "You want me to get my dad? I'll get my dad."
Yeah,
Right.
that's another question. Is like, doesn't he understand that he's not supposed to be on the site, or did he just not get
What?
that? Did the dad never communicate it?
Well, his dad looked like he was like drinking. He just like slodged over.
That's the most confusing part to me. Is I'm like, where's this
Yeah, I
dad
know.
at right now?
I'm trying to get.
what's
I'm like,
going
is
on?
this good parenting or bad parenting? Like, I mean,
He wasn't shocked either. He was just like, oh, yeah, you probably should be on there.
yeah, you just listen to the guy.
I thought he was
Yeah.
just gonna fall asleep like mid the guy talking or something.
I didn't even realize he was awake the first time I watched it. I thought he was just sitting there asleep.
Yeah, that's good. The dad was the build up. It's like go see my dad. I'm like, oh, what's the dad? What's the dad gonna be like? And then it's like, da 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 da, the reveal. Yeah.
Okay,
a lot of emphasis there.
Yeah, but my dad could be up your dad.
Yeah, my dad can beat up your dad.
No, guys, my dad could definitely beat up your dad.
No.
I'll get my dad on. I'll call my dad on you.
I don't think I've ever done that before. I don't think I've ever actually used that in my history.
Your dad's never mind.
I mean, my dad just does it himself. I don't know. He goes. He's on the DE shame bus already. It's already all EJism's all in, all ready to go. I didn't mean to make this about my dad, but yeah, he's not the one that's slodged over like half drunk.
At least you're not talking about your boyfriend.
I know. He doesn't like to be talked about. I hate you so much. Oh my god.
Was that for me or Ben? I'm the one that started it.
It was for him. Yeah.
Just go all Will Smith on him.
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask you that, Dave. So you have your, am I right that you have like alopecia or whatever it's called with the hair? Yeah. So if you were Will Smith's wife, would you want Will Smith to go slap Chris Rock for you?
What? Wait. I have alopecia.
He's trying to get you to talk about being Will Smith's wife.
I don't.
It's a good one. I like it. Well done, Chris.
Hypothetical. What? So you're Will Smith's wife. Okay.
Yeah, just stimulate it out, man. You're Will Smith's wife. Would you want him to go if you were at
Let me think about. I'm honestly thinking about. Okay. All right. And I'm bald. Why is that relevant?
It's not.
Because she was too.
Okay, I thought as much. Okay. But we're not bald in the same way. Does she have alopecia? Is it really alopecia?
Yeah, I think she does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Does that make a difference? I think it makes a difference. She's not just
I mean,
bald.
she's black, so you're probably not black, unless you've been putting on skincare stuff.
Or a woman.
Well, we don't know about that one yet, guys.
That doesn't stop my imagination.
Yeah. You get him, Dave. You could be gay too. It doesn't stop your imagination.
Macaulay.
What did you say?
Sounds like you said luckily.
One liner. I thought you said luckily.
Oh, maybe that was it. So anyway, this is a very important conversation. This might dictate the presidential election. So would you want your husband Will Smith to slap Chris Rock?
Well, if his name after what he said.
Yeah. Rock was making fun of your alopecia.
Yeah. If he made a G.I. Jane joke about you, Dave,
no,
would you want him to be slapped?
I have clarifying information. How old is the wife?
Yeah, as old as you are, because you are the wife. So
and when did she get alopecia?
Oh, are you asking actual information?
Yeah, how long has she had alopecia?
Okay.
It's you, Dave. It's you. It's not how long she.
No,
we're talking about you.
For me, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't care because I
wouldn't care. So you would say what would you say to your husband then? Like if he was getting up to punch him, what would you do?
Why would he? No, wait. Wait, what? Wait. I'm so confused. I don't think we're on the right track.
Okay, she's 53. She's 53.
Yeah, and when did she start having alopecia?
I have no idea how to spell it, so we'll just make it up. Oh, I was only one letter off. 2018, so 6 years ago.
When
she was 47.
47.
Oh, so like a couple years before the slap.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It depends. I'm just trying to realize how long she had a process of having alopecia, and how fast her processing time of it was, and how would she would take it being Will Smith's wife. Like
Yeah, when did the Will Smith slap happen?
a long time ago. No, maybe, is it
Probably
almost? Is it
2
more
years?
than a year ago? That'd be crazy.
March
Yeah, of course.
27th, 2022.
Oh
Yeah, 2 years
wow,
ago.
while ago.
So she had 4 years to process, roughly.
4 years? Yeah. 2 years? 3 years? Yeah.
You know, this gets a lot weirder when you think about like how she was messing around with other men as well.
Yeah, I
It
gotta
gets a lot weirder with the new stuff revealed about P Diddy too.
Oh no.
Yeah.
She was involved in on that.
Both of them were, yeah, apparently.
I haven't heard anything about
haven't-
that one, but
Yeah, I haven't gotten caught up on P Diddy. That's on my backlog.
Yeah, I'm staying away from it.
I don't know anything about it.
All of this is just allegations. We don't know anything, and it doesn't even matter. Just
We just know he did something bad, and he's gonna be in jail. And
don't look at celebrities to be your role models. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I think that one was obvious. We've been saying that for years, haven't we?
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Mr. Beast now, and Lunchley, and Logan Paul, and KSI. They become like a trio of destruction.
yeah, it's been weird to see that.
It's like I thought it was YouTube always this way.
Which way?
Like always about. I feel like life is always always like the money grubbling people. Just it's just
Your
like
feed is directed to you, to what you want to see. So the reason why you keep seeing gay porn is because that's directing it to you.
No, I hate that argument so much.
it's true. It's true. Very very good, Benjamin. Very very perceptive. Very perceptive. Your feed is filtered towards you. That is true. I could stand there. Now I don't watch gay porn. So I don't-
Benjamin, are you neutral in this
I don't
fight? Because I thought you were
get
supposed to be
gay
helping him
porn.
get back at me.
Oh, I'll help him get back at you. I just want to see the fight progress, you know?
You just gotta feed the fire. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got to feed the fire on both sides. You know how it works.
Okay.
Make good
I like
content.
Soon, in like a year's time, when Benjamin's channel blows up and he gets millions of views, me and Dave are going to be in the middle of a ring.
A circle, yeah.
You'll have your own circles. Yeah, you'll have your own circles fighting.
You guys are gonna box.
We'll have our own circle. Yeah, you put me in the gay circle today. How does it feel? And you're trying to put other people to put me in that circle.
We'll get it back, Dave. Dave, you can't call him out directly. You gotta.
No.
gotta go for the
Listen.
jugular.
This guy, he has a circle. 4 people. He's trying to put me into a circle.
But you're in a box. You can't go in a circle.
No, boxes can't go in circles.
Boxes are too straight.
That's right.
Wait, so who's trying to put you in the circle? Is that me or Benjamin?
No, you are trying to make other people put me in a circle.
You have a people circle that you're using. to
Yes,
put him in a
my
circle,
IP
and
fear.
other
Don't do
circles-
it. Don't turn the tribe against me. No. Don't use the tribe. Don't go after the tribe and make them turn against me. That's my biggest fear. I mean, I say that sarcastically, but I'm actually probably fearing that. Probably.
I was thinking about taking some heat off of you by talking about this really weird dream I had where I was processing being gay in the dream.
Yes.
I have a good idea. I have a good idea how to get back at him, Dave. I have a good idea.
Send him some drums? Okay. Yeah,
No,
what
no,
about
no, no. We got to talk. We'll talk. Don't worry, it's missing information. Don't worry about it, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, I don't need to know about it.
It's a
I'm not
separate
the-
circle problem. We got our own circle. We got the me and Benjamin circle. It's like a rubber band when you stretch it far apart. That's like me and Benjamin. So we're on separate poles, and that's that circle. It's more like
Hey, I don't want to be involved in this circle of the gay stuff right now. I'm perfectly happy letting you.
Yeah, you are. You are wanting to. You're saying you have the insider's scoop on it, and you're saying I don't want to be involved in it.
Okay.
You have the insider's circle that might be anatomical.
How many cracks does this circle involve?
I don't know how to answer that. I just don't know.
How many circles does a circle have? Are they circles with depth? Are they like holes?
It's more like centrifugal circles or whatever. What is that? Centripetal circles? No.
They're tubes.
Spheres?
No, circles that expand on each other. So it's a circle and then a bigger circle, like rings, like on a tree.
Right.
Interesting.
Concentric.
Yeah, and they get bigger, and there's
Called
less
concentric.
and less concentric. So basically, there's less and less and less as you get closer to the center, which is where you are. And then your closest friend groups, the Pareto principle, is that 20-80 kind of sort of thing. That's your inner couple circles. And outer.
Wait, so who's in the 20% for the Pareto principle?
20% of people are giving you 80% of your value in connectivity, right?
Is
So,
the 20% closer to the inside of the circle, or is the
imagine I work as a server, right? Or I used to work as a server, and so I talk to 100 people like a day, right? But I'm just serving them. I'm just keeping them at the server, scripts, right? They don't get to hear my random ranting on the Vinyamin stream. Right? It's a different relation. It's a different sort of relationship, right? To say bye. I got to go. Okay, Vinyamin, good to go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say bye. Thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate it. And, see you next week.
Bye, Vinyamin. Take care.
Bye.